my beautiful, beautiful souls. Welcome to today's reading where we're going to be diving into the emotion that you never got to fully feel. Now, I did want to place a trigger warning at the very beginning of this reading, just in case anybody that comes here is seeking some really deep healing. This reading is going to bring up things that could be pretty uncomfortable to hear in reference to this specific emotion that you never got to fully feel, why you've had to hold it in, what it's connected to, why it hasn't been safe to feel or hasn't felt safe to feel, and things like that. So if this is a topic that sounds like it's a little bit too sensitive for you to explore at this time, depending on where you're at while listening to this, I do highly recommend, my love, that you have headphones, a way to listen to this privately without interruption in a safe space, and at a place or at a time when you can take notes while listening to it, okay? Now, when it comes to the game plan and the way that we're going to be exploring this topic today, we're firstly going to be looking at the emotion you had to hold in, what it's connected to, why it wasn't or hasn't been safe to feel, and how it still lives in you, and then what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely, okay? And then we're going to get your final messages from Source, your higher self, and anything else that wants to come through to finish up your reading. When it comes to how you go ahead and select one of the piles that you feel most drawn towards, with this card representing pile number 1, this one being for pile number 2, and this one being for pile number 3, I do highly, highly, highly suggest, my love, that you select your pile coming from a centered and grounded place within, in your inner world. And the only way to really ensure that is to make sure that you do like a little mini centering or grounding practice before you go ahead and select the image that you feel most drawn towards. So a way that you can do this is to take a couple inhalations and holding it at the top for a couple of seconds, and then exhaling with an HA sound, loud exhale or sigh out of the mouth. And just doing that breath a couple of times, trying to make your exhales a little bit longer than your inhales. You know, do you have an invitation here, my love, to close your eyes if you feel safe? You can do that a couple of times until you feel ready. And if you have your eyes closed, you can always ask yourself while you're doing that breath work, what is the emotion that I never got to fully feel? You know, connecting to your inner world, your third eye, your psyche during that moment can really help ground you, help you find wherever your center might be today in your body, to help you show up from a place of clarity, level-headedness, equilibrium within your inner world, so that you're not choosing a pile from a place of anxiety or fear, which can then distort what you're actually meant to hear at this time. Okay, my loves? So with that being said, you know, do that at your own time, and I will meet you at your part of this reading, okay? And don't forget that you do have the pile preparation portions that you can check out, dedicated to your specific pile, if you feel called to see how we set up the cards before we dive into your reading itself, okay? With that being said, I will see you guys there, okay? Pause this part of the video as much as you need to until you find the card that you feel most drawn towards. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number 1s. Welcome to the preparation portion for your reading today, where we're going to be organically and rawly collecting all the cards, at least the cards that I can get in advance, before we dive into your reading topic for today, okay? So to do this, we're going to be doing this reading and the way that I'm going to be using the tarot and the oracle very differently than how I usually do it. But I'm just going to use the cards now to shuffle and get prepped that I could get prepped in advance, okay? So firstly, we're going to be looking at the first section, where we're going to be looking at 2 questions together: the emotion you had to hold in and what it is connected to. So we're going to be getting all the decks out for that. And then we're going to be shuffling tarot within the reading itself to add further clarification amongst those 2 questions in this first section. So let us now just first gather the oracle cards for you. So what is the emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in, and what is it connected to? All right. What is the emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in, and what is the emotion connected to? Regardless of when they come across this reading, emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in, and what is the emotion connected to? Allow a card to fall out if it's meant for them. What is the emotion to for pile number 1. Okay. So we got a couple of cards, but I don't think that these are meant for you because this is the only one that fell face down. So we're going to take that one instead. And then back of the deck does want to come through with this. So it is, oops, the false person card with the number 8. And that's my fortune telling deck. That's what it's called. What is the emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in, and what is it connected to? In this timeless reading, reference to the emotion I never got to fully feel. What is this emotion connected to for pile number 1? Okay, so we have a couple of cards here. This one and this one, not these two. That's how I feel called. So we got 2 chakra psychology cards. What is the emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to in reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel? In this timeless reading, as this reading will find them whenever it is meant to find them. More shuffle. All right. Oops. All right. Now for the final deck here. What is the emotion that pile number 1 has had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? In reference to the emotion that they never got to fully feel, regardless of when this reading finds them. For pile number 1, what is the emotion that pile number 1 never got to fully feel, and what is it connected to? What is this emotion connected to for pile number 1? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through with this. We have the Thief, seizing the moment, comma, selfishness. Okay. So we got all the cards prepared for this first section. Sorry, I'm yawning. Whew. Okay. Now we're going to get the oracle cards for the second section, where we're going to be looking at the next 2 questions. Why it hasn't been safe to feel, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel, and how it's still living in you, how it still shows up in you, how it still lives in you, okay? So these are the cards we're using for why it hasn't been safe to feel. So let's see. And this isn't to say that you're going to have to receive cards from all the decks, okay? But let's go anyway. So why hasn't this emotion been safe to feel for pile number 1? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 1 in this timeless reading in reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel, regardless of when this reading finds them? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel? Okay. So let's keep going. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 1, regardless of when this reading finds them? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel in reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel? Why has this emotion not been safe to fully feel for pile number 1? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through. We have past, lack, and suffering. Okay. So there's 2 separate piles of cards. This landed closer to here. This is on its own here. We're going to keep it like that. I think there's a reason for it. Why hasn't this emotion been safe to feel for pile number 1, regardless of when this reading finds them, as it will find them when it is meant to find them? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 1 regarding the emotion they never got to fully feel? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 1? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have desk. Pay attention to your work. Okay. See how it's landing. Okay. One more set of the tea leaves. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel? For pile number one. Regardless of when this reading finds them, as it will find them when it is meant to. Why is this emotion for pile number one that they never got to fully feel? Why has it not been safe to feel? Okay. Back of the deck here is indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. Okay. So we did get cards that landed on my lap, which I find kind of interesting. It might be like a side note. These landed here, these landed there. So there could be a couple reasons why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel, and we're going to honor this the way it's come up. So I'm just going to place these cards to the side, and we're going to continue going where we're now going to see how this emotion is still living in you, how it's still showing up in your life, okay, with these two decks. So how does this emotion for pile number one still live in them? How does this emotion for pile number one still live in them? Whenever this reading has found them, it is meant to find them. How does this emotion still live in pile number one? How does this emotion regarding the emotion never got to fully feel still live in pile number one? And I forgot to mention that for the archetypal cards, we are just looking at the shadow attributes, okay? It's not that, because there's a light attribute and a shadow, we're just going to be looking at the shadows, okay? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number one, regardless of when this reading has found them, as it will find them when it is meant to? In reference to the emotion I never got to fully feel, how does this emotion still live inside of pile number one? How does it still show up for pile number one? Okay, beautiful. This landed on the significator card, so there might be a reason for that. I'm going to keep it that way. Back of the deck does want to come through with the Harder Truths deck, and it says lack of accountability. Blaming external factors or other people for your problems is preventing you from taking constructive actions. Own your role to begin resolving your dilemma. Okay, mouthful, but that is under back of the deck energy. I feel like this card is going to have something to do with your significator card when we start your reading, so we're going to keep it there. Now we're going to move into the next section where we're going to be looking at what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. All right. So what does this emotion need now from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? What is this emotion that pile number one never got to fully feel need now to be felt and processed safely whenever this reading has found them? What is this emotion that pile number one never got to fully feel need now in order to be felt and processed safely? Okay, nothing else wants to come through with this deck. We did get a card coming out. Let's keep going. What does this emotion need now from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? Whatever the now means to them. What does this emotion need from pile number one to be felt and processed safely, regardless of when this reading finds them? What does this emotion need from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? Okay, we have a card landed here. I'm going to take it for your significator card. We're going to keep going. What does this emotion need from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion need from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion need from pile number one to be felt and processed safely? Okay, to gather a card. I feel like it wants two. Okay, we got 2 crystals coming through for you there. Huh. Excited to see what these are. Last deck. What does sorry, let me reset. What does this emotion need from pile number 1 to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion need from pile number 1 to be felt and processed safely, regardless of when this reading finds them, as it will find them when it is meant to find them? What does this emotion need from pile number 1 to be felt and processed safely? One more shuffle. Back of the deck does want to come through, and it is the essential oil. I never heard of this word before. Melaleuca? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but the key word here is evolution. A trigger statement: things will never change. True statement: I attract only what is for my highest good. The imbalances and relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. Interesting for back of the deck energy. And, now we're going to do your final messages from source, your higher self, and whatever else wants to come through. And we're going to be gathering a card from messages from your animal guides and animal medicine card to see any final messages meant for you. So what is an animal medicine card meant for pile number 1? I'm gonna reshuffle because I feel called to. What is an animal medicine card meant for pile number 1? All right, so we have one here. Are there any other final messages meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Are there any other messages meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Any other final messages meant for pile number 1 to walk away from this reading with? Okay, we didn't get anything with this deck, but we're not done yet. We do have 2 final cards, decks that can be exercises, prompts, things for self-reflection, and to, I guess, honor the things you can do to, after this reading is complete, in terms of how to integrate this emotion further, okay? So you might get a card, you might not from each of these decks, but I felt called to bring them in for practices that you can do to apply everything that we dived into in this reading. So are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? If there are, allow them to come out to honor this topic. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? If there is, allow them to come out. Are there any other cards meant for pile number 1 of this deck? If there is, then allow them to come out. Okay? So we got a couple here. Let's see this one. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 1? If there are, allow them to come out, please. Any cards in this deck, allow them to come out. Okay, you guys got a lot of cards. Ugh. Let me see. These are meant for you. If these are meant for you. This one is no. These 2, yeah. No. Okay, you guys got a lot of cards. Never got this many cards before. So honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What I might do, well, there are self-reflections and stuff. There might be things that will resonate and things that won't. Maybe a lot of people choose this pile, end up selecting it. I want you to cherry pick the exercises that resonate and the things that don't. And what I'm going to do, instead of reading them out loud within the reading itself, is I'm going to bring them up to the camera, and you're going to get to pause the video if you want to read it. and screenshot it, take notes if you want to do the practice on the card, okay, my loves? But you guys got a lot. So I think we are ready to do your reading. So with that being said, my loves, I'm really excited to get started. So whenever you're ready, I will meet you at the next stage of this video where we're going to be going into the reading itself, okay, my love? So I will see you there. Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number ones. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the rebirth and renewal card with the words, "You are emerging from this darkness transformed. The new version of you is waiting." Then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to the emotion that you never got to fully feel. Now, as you can see, there is a couple of cards that I have kind of hidden in the back of your certificator card, and there's good reason for that. While we were getting your pile prepared in the pile preparation portion for your reading, these cards happen to land on top or beside the significator card. And I felt called to, like, I felt like Source was trying to indicate to me that, like, okay, this goes with their significator card. So we're going to look at both of these cards and see how it further feeds into your significator card energy so we can understand the overlying theme and influence that's going to surround your reading as a whole today. Okay, loves? So first up, we have poor investment. This venture will drain your resources without yielding worthwhile returns. Redirect your efforts to more aligned opportunities. And psychic awareness, divine soul with the number 47. 4 and 7 add to 11. So there's something about like a thing you've been trying to manifest. It's something that's coming through. And I want to see what this booklet has to say regarding this card. So we're going to go there really quick. So the keywords here is clairsentience, clairvoyance, reception, and telepathy. And then 6 and 5 also add to 11. So 11, 11. There's something here about manifesting what you think of right now, the thoughts that you have while listening to this reading, starting just right off the bat. There's a heavy cycle here of anticipation and anxiety, and there might be a little bit of a tendency to like avoid something right now because it's scary, but you know that this is what you have to do. That's the first thing that I'm just feeling right now energetically just by looking at all of this. But it says your divine soul is awakening, and with it, your psychic abilities are coming alive. More evolved and specific than basic intuition, your psychic faculties are giving you access to the fourth dimension and are coming into contact with discarnate, enlightened helpers who can assist and guide you in beautiful ways. You may start assessing divine music or tap into new healing energies. You may also receive telepathic messages and have clairvoyant visions. Heed your newly aroused psychic faculties and don't doubt the specific and profound transmissions flowing to you. Record your dreams, believe in your hunches, and accept the symbols and signals being relayed to you from the psychic realm. Trust your vibes and embrace your psychic channels fully. What they're communicating is essential to fulfilling your purpose. Ask your divine soul to lead you. Its message, embrace and trust what you receive. Okay, so all these cards in total with your significator card energy for the overlying theme, I really do heavily believe, pile number one, that this reading is going to be very, very important for the next chapter or the next season of your life that you're about to enter or move into, walk into as you're listening to this. There's something big happening here that's unraveling, unfurling for you. And this reading, in reference to the emotion you never got to fully feel, is going to have some important wisdom or snippets of information for you that's going to aid you on your path with this new season that you're entering, your cycle you're entering. And I'm hearing during the next 4 to 3 months. I don't know why the number or length is important here. That's what's coming through in my mind. 3 to 4 months. And how you show up in these next 3 to 4 months will impact your future drastically and determine what else will unravel after those 3 to 4 months, or how things will unravel. I'm hearing what will unravel, those specifics. I don't even know what that means, but we're definitely going to have to see what this is about, okay? So let us place these cards to the side. Okay. I might actually zoom out slightly so we have a little bit. Okay, I'm going to do this instead. So we have like a little bit of space to look at these cards. Okay. All right, I might move this up so you can see the words. So, to get your reading started, my loves, we are first going to, I'm actually going to place this over here because I feel called to. We are first going to look at the first section of your reading where we're going to be exploring two questions, the emotion you had to hold in specifically and what this emotion is connected to still, okay? So with that, I had a really different way that I wanted to do this reading. If you guys are subscribed to me, like, I like to do things differently in every reading I do, really. I do things differently a lot, randomly. So, because source kind of guides me there. We're going to be using this tarot deck that has a lot of information for the reversal and upright meanings of the cards. It's literally called the Learning Tarot deck, but I really like it because I don't know. Honestly, I haven't used it in my readings for a while, and I just was looking at it today and I was like, I feel called to use this for this topic, and I don't know why. So maybe there's going to be keywords in some cards that come out that are going to help aid us in this reading for you. But the way that we're going to be doing this, we're going to unravel all of these oracle cards for the two questions in the first section. So these cards are all going to be about the emotion you had to hold in and what it is connected to. Okay, what this emotion is connected to. Then we are going to shuffle tarot for the emotion you had to hold in specifically and what this emotion is connected to, okay? And I think I'm going to get 2 cards for each of those topics. So let's see that together. So first up, before we do that, let's get the oracle cards out first. So first up, for my Malefique Lenormand deck, we have Bear with the number 15 and the 10 of Cloves. Okay. Next up, we have the Manaz rune that says the self, the individual or the human race, your attitude toward others and their attitudes towards you, friends and enemies, and social order. So connections, people may play a role here. And then from the Citadel deck, we have the Spy Master with knowledge, distrust. And then for the fortune telling card, we have main male. And then you got 2 chakra wisdom cards, with the first one being from the Ajna, third eye chakra, with the keyword vision. I trust the vision that lights the path of my soul. And then lastly, we have Svadhisthana, sacral chakra, with the keyword flow. I surrender to life's natural flow, choosing to be flexible and fluid like water. Interesting. Okay, so let me just slide this down so we have space for the tarot. And we're going to be pulling out a card for, well, 2 cards for each thing. So what is the emotion that pile number 1 had to hold in? What is the emotion that pile number 1 has had to hold in, regardless of when this reading finds them in reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel? What is the emotion that pile number 1 never got to hold? What is the emotion that pile number 1 always had to hold in? Okay. Interesting. So we got the 2 cards here. Back of the deck here is the 6 of Wands with recognition. Okay, with Jupiter and Leo, heart chakra. Underneath it is the Lovers and the heart chakra again, and the 6. So 2 6s. 6 is about integration, union with people, harmony, balance, give and take, energetic exchange of some kind. When I see the Manaz rune, when I was looking here, I was seeing like the shape of the rune itself, and it reminded me of 2 people kissing or 2 birds like touching beaks. So I was like thinking of connection. That's why I said that term earlier. Knowledge, distrust with the spy master. And I forgot to share with you the back of the deck energies. So for the back of the deck energies, you have the thief with seizing the moment, comma, selfishness. And then you also have false person. And then underneath it, sneaking out, we see bad health. So, oh, there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on because this is some hard shit to feel. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This is some really hard shit to feel. And the reason why I say this is because specifically this emotion that you never got to fully feel, you never got to fully feel it first off because you were in the middle of some form of self-sabotage that was getting in the way of you being able to fully even recognize that the emotion was there to begin with. So there's this idea here of like refusal to acknowledge it, maybe denial of some kind, where there was avoidance kicking in. And that is the biggest reason why you couldn't feel it during all this time. We're probably going to be exploring that more specifically, why it hasn't been safe to feel for the second section of this topic within the video and the reading itself. But right now I'm just seeing somebody who there was so much stuff happening at once during this time when this emotion came up that it just never felt like there was a right time to bring it up, or you never had enough time to sit with it, feel it, acknowledge it for what it was. And it just felt like you had to just jump into a brand new beginning of your life, or quantum leap basically into a brand new beginning of your life without even getting a chance to grieve something properly. So it's like there's just residue that's been following you since that. And it's been very difficult to access or really acknowledge or find the origin point to because of how hectic this period really was for you. And on top of that, I do also feel like there was a lot of illusion here that was blinding you from being able to see what was really happening. I feel called to cut the deck here. It says expectation and gift. Yeah, it's sort of as if you were constantly being fed something that was giving you this idea of like things are going to get better, things will be better, things here eventually. And your heart went with it because it was like you had those things, those thoughts for the right reasons. Like you did want to have hope, but then at the same time, it's like, when does it reach a point when it's becoming this? I felt called to cut the deck. We have the miser with stubbornness, comma, inflexibility. When does it become this? And you were kind of on a tightrope balancing between stubbornness and inflexibility and opportunities and growth, seizing the moment, selfishness, because you had trouble being honest with yourself at the time. But at the same time, this was also meant to happen to help you reach the point that you're at now so that you could be listening to this reading and things like that. So it's like a very bittersweet energy, but more bitter than sweet, because obviously this experience did not feel nice. We're also going to be looking at the bear card here. So bear here is about power, leadership, strong character, authority, money, richness, dominating figure, ferocity, rage, protection of one's territory or family. All right. Let us knowledge and distrust, main male. Okay, let's see the tarot. Oh, I can't stop yawning. Sorry, guys. We have the Five of Swords with the Ace of Cups. This is the throat chakra and I believe this is the crown chakra. Let me make sure. Yes, it's the crown chakra. Okay, cool. So with the Five of Swords, the key word here is defeat. Ace of Cups is about outpouring. Defeat, surrender, change, walking away, self-sacrifice, self-sabotaging behavior, underhanded behavior, deception, lack of communication, aggression, bullying, intimidation, new beginnings, new relationships, new romance. This and that. Okay, so the emotion that you had to hold in is an emotion that really held you back from being able to advance on your journey. There's this idea coming through here with like desperation or like an ego clash with yourself, where one part of you really wanted to like let go and move on. There was a bigger part of you at that time that was more scared than trustful of that. And it kind of made you stray away from the bigger picture of like evolution and things like that, your growth journey. It's as if you actually didn't want to trust your own knowing, which is what's interesting here. Like there was so much lack of self-trust that was so like aggressively overpowering things for you that you refuse to think that you know better, like you know what's best for you more than others. Like you doubted your ability to know what's best for you. And so you would expect others to know what's best for you more. Does that make sense? It's like, but even though you always had this weird like feeling on the inside that like, is this really like the smart thing to do? You were in such a fragile moment during this time that it kind of went in one ear and went out the other, because you really would have done anything to help yourself, but you also didn't know any better. So you saw this as just like a way to get answers, get resources, get knowledge, and get help, even if you knew that it wouldn't like, I don't know. It's not that you didn't know. It's genuinely that you just didn't know any better. I'm just being honest with you. This emotion though has led you to being really angry, really frustrated. I feel and I sense a lot of rage here because there has been a massive realization all this time since that emotion has even came to life within you, where you wish things may have happened differently. And now this is where we're going to shuffle to get the cards for what it's still connected to, or how it's still, what this emotion is still connected to, because I want to see how this feeds into here. So what is this emotion that pile number one never got to fully feel still connected to? What is this emotion connected to for pile number one? What is this emotion connected to for pile number one? Okay, back of the deck here is the Four of Pentacles with the throat chakra. And it says budgeting, holding on to people / possessions / issues, deep-seated past issues, hoarding, stinginess, control, possessiveness, financial stability, financial security. Okay, let me put this back here. Concern. Okay. So we got 3 cards that came out. We're going to place them on top of these cards. So what are these emotions still connected to? We have the Fool, the Seven of Pentacles, and the Ten of Swords. With the crown chakra, the solar plexus, and the root. With the words being, it's time to embark on a brand new beginning with the Fool, right? I believe this is the symbol of Neptune. Or no, Uranus, sorry, change. Innocence, freedom, originality, adventure, travel, foolishness, carelessness, idealism, youth, spontaneity, lack of commitment, new beginnings. And then we have making investments with the Seven of Pentacles, with Saturn and Taurus, things coming to fruition, hard work paying off, harvest, rewards, profits, results, payouts, manifestation of ideas or goals, inheritance, cultivation, growing, gestation, and nurturing. And then we have the Ten of Swords, with endings / defeat, with the Sun and Gemini, backstabbing, betrayal, enemies, bitching, bad mouthing, bitterness, doormat, failure, ruin, collapse, breakdown, exhaustion, inability to cope, curses, and rock bottom. Okay, intense energy. What is it still connected to? Seven of Swords underneath the Four of Pentacles, making a break for it. It's still connected to, and how it like still shows up, I guess. It's connected to your ability to move through rebirth and renewal. the point of transformation, it is being held back within you, your transformation journey, because you're too afraid to take the risk, to be honest. There's also this idea of like guilt coming through, like you feel guilty if you were to do this because you feel like you would be a bad person to like walk away from something right now, when in reality, like you're completely entitled to walk away because this wasn't, I don't like what I'm about to say, but that's the way Source wants me to say it. I'm hearing this wasn't supposed to be, this was never supposed to be part of your story in the first place. So it's still very unfair. And I don't know if that's going to align or resonate with everybody, but that's the wording that's come through within me, of this idea that you took a massive risk when this emotion that you've had to hold in, why it came to light, like whatever that is, how you led to developing this emotion, it came through something that involved you taking a lot of your time and energy to put into it. And you took a risk in doing that because you could have easily walked away from that thing, but you wanted to trust and believe that this is what was meant for you at the time. It didn't really turn out that way. And now there's a lot of rage. This feeling that you are still holding on to, pile number one, is connected to the thing that never worked out. The thing that you hoped was going to work out. You wanted to have faith in it. But in reality, the only reason why you took this risk instead of the bigger risk, because there was a bigger risk, was because you were being kind of told something. So, like, it was all the right words in all the right ways. And it felt safe for your ego. It felt safe. And your ego isn't just like a pride thing, because a lot of people mistake ego for just pride and vanity. But ego is like the survival version. It's the thing that you need to have a human experience because it's the thing that keeps you alive. So you can see it as your survival self, and it will also be your inner critic, because your inner critic has a job, and the job it believes it plays is to also keep you safe and alive. So it can be really, really hard on you because it's trying to keep you from having negative experiences based off of the emotional memory that it's already saved. Which is really crazy to think about, because it can be a real bitch. So, yeah. But what I'm trying to say here is that this thing, the reason that led you to doing it in the first place was because it felt like a safer risk-taking thing than just walking away from it completely and doing something that had a bigger picture to it. And you knew it was going to be farther away, a harder thing to attain, but it felt more real. And I don't know what that means, but that's what I'm hearing. Like, it felt more genuine, but you chose the safer route anyways, but look at where it got you to. And it still ended up having to involve risk, because through this decision that you made in reference to the thing that this emotion still connected to, pile number one, it still involved your time and your effort and your attention and your energy. It took that stuff away from you, and those are moments that you can't take back anymore. Now you're where you're at. So, it's very valid to be angry, and it's very valid to feel that way, because I'm hearing like promised a lot of things that you put a lot of effort in, but then what you got in return wasn't the same. So that's very unfair. I'm really, really sorry that happened to you. Okay, let's keep going, my loves. We're going to now gather the tarot here. We're going to reshuffle this deck in case we want to get more tarot as we move forward. So let me just reset this deck. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to move these cards to the side. I'm still going to be able to see them. It's just you that won't be able to. So we have space to continue forward within this reading, my loves, okay? And to get started, we're now going to be looking at the second section, where we're going to look at the next two questions, which are why it hasn't been safe to feel, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for you so far or yet, and how it still lives inside you right now, how it's still manifesting inside you, okay? So firstly, we're going to be looking at why it hasn't been safe to feel. And the tea leaves kind of did a funky thing. I feel like this is like a side note thing that Source is going to want us to look at after we explore this section as a whole. So I'm going to leave that to the side for now. Before we dive in to why it hasn't been safe to feel, we're going to look at the back of the deck energy cards first. And let me grab them. They are past, lack, and suffering. We have wheel, indecisiveness, allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. And then we have desk, pay attention to your work. All right. Now, for the why it hasn't been safe to feel, we have two sections of cards. First up, for the first section, we have flag. Don't be tempted to lower your standards. We have reflection and projections. And then we have liftoff, fast action, progression forever. The wait is over. And then for the second set of cards, we have pineapple with reconciliation. We have hills with obstacles to overcome. We have facade and beliefs. And we have Pluto with transformation, and that is such a beautiful black moth. Wow. Okay. Let's get a tarot card for each thing, okay? So, what is the first reason why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for this first set of cards, source for pile number 1? Okay, so we got the Page of Swords. Okay, this doesn't want to come out because they're all facing down. And the Six of Swords. First up. And then the second reason, what is the second reason why pile number 1 hasn't been safe to feel this emotion regarding the second set of cards? Why it's been safe enough for pile number 1 to feel this emotion? Okay, back of the deck here is the Five of Pentacles. Underneath that, we have justice. I get what I give, karmic justice. See, you did something. There was something here that happened, and it was based off of negative change in circumstances, feeling left out in the cold. Like you did something to want to fix this. Or no, like you, I don't know how to explain this. I'll explain it. I'm going to try my best. It's hard to explain, but I'm going to try my best, guys. Hold on a sec. Let me just get this card. So the way that the cards landed like this card is going to be the energy that influences this card, okay? And then we also got the Queen of Pentacles. So this is for the bottom part. Let us look at that after we look here first, okay? So I'm going to place those cards to the side for now. And then we're going to do this. All right, so the first reason why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel is because there's something that shifted in your life recently that has got you needing to speed up the pace or like start something new before you even have a chance to like catch your own footing. Where you're at right now, it's hard to hold space during the in-between moments because you also need a lot of time to like rest. This is a busy time for you. There's this idea here, I feel called to cut the deck with Seven of Wands. Yeah, there's this idea here of like trying to do everything in your power to protect yourself, protect how you're showing up right now. And so it's hard to be able to speak about these things, approach these things from the right mindset, because even though you know that this is something you're going to want to do eventually, you're here right now because of the decisions that you chose prior. when you could have chose to do this a little bit sooner. You're doing it now, and at least like that's what matters. I want to make that clear. There's no such thing as like the right or wrong time to do things. Okay. We create our reality. We're the main characters of our life. You chose to have a little bit of a detour moment, and that's fine. Sometimes our soul needs those extra lessons to get it clicked into place. And, it just so happens that you had to have that experience, and that's absolutely fine, my love. But because of that, because of what you chose, this emotion now hasn't been safe to feel because you're choosing something new now. And this new decision that you're trying to do, it involves a lot of acceleration of pace, stepping out of your comfort zone, and making sure you like show up more. And it's kind of anxiety inducing because it's still fairly new, and there's this idea of like not being sure if you can actually handle everything, but you're so much in survival mode right now for good reason. Your nervous system's trying to protect you to like get things done right now. But at the same time, you have to be careful because the initial thing that did lead you to developing this emotion, there's this idea of like needing to prove yourself that like kind of sits here silently in the background. It's like a subconscious thing where if you're not careful with the reflections and projections, it can leak into the experience that you're having right now. With the don't be tempted to lower your standards and reflection and projections, there's this idea here that's coming through of like the lack of mentality that you once had. It's still slightly here. And it tries to haunt where you're at right now because you don't like to look at it by trying to interfere with the progress you've made. Because you've made a lot of progress since this emotion even started to get birthed in the first place, but you're still a novice at it because it's uncomfortable stuff. Like, what can I say? This was uncomfortable, and this is an uncomfortable journey. So, your ego's looking at this from a place of, oh, this is uncomfortable, and discomfort equals bad, and bad I must avoid. So your ego is trying to do everything to prevent you from being able to embrace this emotion. And so it hasn't been safe. The first reason it hasn't been safe to feel is because you think that you can't be feeling it. When in reality, once you feel this thing, it'll help soften your current experience, but it's going to be a hard thing to get into. And that's also another section that we're going to be going into within this reading in terms of how you can feel it and let it be felt and processed safely. But that's the first thing I'm seeing in terms of why it hasn't been safe to feel. And then secondly, the other reason why it hasn't been safe to feel, let's look at that now. I don't know why I keep yawning, guys, so I'm really sorry about that. But the other reason why it hasn't been safe to feel, we have the Queen of Pentacles. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to move these cards so we have better space to do this. So I can still see it. It's just you that won't be able to. All right, so let's move this up. So why it hasn't been safe to feel. We have the Queen of Pentacles, and then we have the Nine of Swords being influenced by the Five of Wands. See, conflicting energies. Your anxiety is off the charts right now, my love. It's way too much, and this is being ruled by the sacral chakra with the Nine of Swords. So there's too much need for control, and you're just trying to find safety with the Queen of Pentacles here. Like, this is a time where you're really trying to just show up and have enough inner energy, external energy, and a safe enough environment where you can just keep like progressing. But because Pluto transformation, you are going through a massive growth time in your life, an era in your life. But at the same time, you're so focused on your work and the process of getting there. And even though you're aware of how much this emotion has gotten in the way, you keep choosing to go forward with your goals because you're so terrified of what would happen if you stopped. So terrified. And so it's interesting because you're so scared of what would happen if you stopped, but you keep choosing to go because you don't want to risk the progress you've made. You don't want to risk getting to this point in your life with the Four of Wands and the King of Pentacles where you have success, where you have stability, where you have security and things worth celebrating. There's also this idea here of people, okay? If this doesn't have to do with career, pile number one, I do feel like some of you guys are trying to fight to stay inside a relationship because it's been so long, and you think that if you keep fighting for it, it's going to be worth the long run. Even though you're not admitting to yourself how like hurt you've been by it, because there is this feeling of being like boundaries being crossed, things getting stepped on, lines being crossed that hasn't been acknowledged because you keep thinking that you're not like worth more or something. And if that doesn't resonate, like if you're not in a relationship, it doesn't have to do with love, then this doesn't have to do with love. Okay, loves, I want you to like kind of like a Mad Libs situation, like plug in, fill in the blanks as you see fit, tailored to your specific situation. Okay, loves. But it's like you haven't been safe to feel this. The second reason, additionally, is because now that you feel like you're finally resetting your intention on this thing you've been trying to accomplish the right way, you know the things that you have to overcome to get on track or at the part in the journey that you want to be at. And so you're so determined and hungry for that. Your hunger, which is like ego, right? Because it comes from survival. The determination can come from survival. It is kind of interfering with your ability to feel emotions because emotions aren't an essential necessity to have when we're trying to stay on survival mode. Our emotions we can dissociate from them. We can shut down from them. It can make us a little bit harsh, more cold-hearted. And it's not like we're trying to be. It's just that our brain's trying to keep us more in the logical standpoint, logical perspective. So then we can handle everything that we need to get handled with more ability and restraint. But it's hurting you, you know? It's kind of creating a disconnect from the whole point of it. And it is interfering with your ability to fully get there, but you need to have this experience so that like learning how to balance experiencing this emotion while still moving forward, like you need to be able to do both instead of just choosing one over the other. And that's like a really important thing I keep seeing here, but you're overdoing it in the grind department and it is heavily interfering with your mental health. So, you know, that's another thing to keep in mind. And it feels like this also does have to do with like thinking like that's what's best for you. You might have gotten advice from somebody that told you that this is the right way to do it. And they were wrong is what I'm hearing. I don't know what that means. So let me know in the comments down below if that little side note resonated. But we are going to keep on going, my loves. And we're now going to be looking at how it still lives in you, how this emotion still lives in you, and how it still shows up, okay? Don't forget, we still have the side note that's going to come through, but we're going to look at this last part first before we do that. Let me just get the tarot here. We're going to reset. We're going to move this, and this out of the way. So we have just one back of the deck energy here for how this emotion still lives in you. It shows up, and it is lack of accountability. From my Heart of Truths deck, blaming external factors or other people for your problems is preventing you from taking constructive actions. Own your role to begin resolving your dilemma. Interesting. So for the cards, we have how this emotion still lives in you or shows up. We have unseen. There are factors you haven't yet considered. Look beyond the obvious for hidden elements that could impact your decision before making a move. So there's indecisiveness here because this came up before. I'm trying to look for the card that I saw that said it. Where is it? Indecisiveness. Allowing your life to ramble aimlessly. We're only looking at the shadow attributes for each archetype. We have vampire with the first shadow attribute being depleting others for your psychic survival, chronic complaining, and codependency. And then for the second shadow attribute archetype, we have king, excessive feelings of entitlement, rulership without restraint. So how it still lives inside of you. How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 1? Okay, you're very angry. And the thing is that you feel entitled to that anger, and that's valid. But this could have to do with an experience that you went through that involves somebody else. And other people, they're not responsible for your emotions, no matter how much they could have been an influence. At the end of the day, we choose to give our power away to those people that have that influence over us. And nobody will ever have more power other than you to force you to do something you don't want to do. And I'm talking about it from, and this is where it's going to hurt, okay? I'm just warning you guys. And I don't want you to think that I'm saying, oh, like if there was actual force done during an experience with somebody where they forced you to do something you didn't want to do, but you felt like you had to for some reason, and now this is where you're at and you never looked at that. Our nervous system has a lot of different ways to react to negative experiences. And there's the fight, the flight, and the freeze response. And fawn. I forgot to mention that. There's this idea coming through where this emotion still lives in you by making you feel like you have to keep getting your way in things excessively to be like happy. There's this idea of like, if people don't validate the experience you went through, then it pisses you off because you deserve to be seen and heard for your truth. But in reality, my love, you are the only person that can give yourself the amount of validation and respect and recognition that you're seeking. And if you keep thinking that you need to get that from other people, that is only going to hold you back from continuing forward. And there's this idea here where you're overburdening yourself because you think that that's what you have to do to like get peace, if that makes sense. But it's like you can choose peace right now if you wanted to. And here's the hard part. I can feel like some of you guys that are chose this pile, you feel pissed off with what I'm saying. You might be getting really triggered. And I completely understand that. But the truth of the matter here, my love, sometimes when we're pissed, we get like an inner ping. We get this fire that starts to come up. What we choose to do with that fire is up to us and is on us. It's completely our action taking, and it's no one else's fault. It's no one else's responsibility. We can't hold anyone else accountable but ourselves with what we choose to do and how we choose to use that fire. Sometimes because we're not educated or have enough tools, which is really nobody's fault, because sometimes our own parents won't even know what those tools are, and then we can't blame them either. We will put the fire out in the wrong places. There's this idea here where this fire never really had a place to go, and it's trying to get, or like you've been trying to sort of get it distinguished by trying to get validation from something that doesn't really want to hear it right now, or isn't ready to hear it, or like they're just having trouble listening. I don't know what that is. I just feel like there might be a person involved here. But in reality, like you don't and never really needed whatever it is that you're trying to get from somebody or receive from somebody, pile number 1, that doesn't need to come. Like it never had to come, and you're still trying to get it. Like you feel like you're dependent on whether or not this person like has something to say about it. But like, and I think it comes back into the case of like trying to prove yourself. For who? You're like, are you trying to prove yourself to for yourself or for others to see? And then that's how you know that you're not aligned. You're not from a place of true love or determination to heal and grow for the right reasons. This still lives in you because you're trying to do things for the wrong people, that because the wrong people are always going to not be, I mean, sorry, my brain metaphors might not be making sense. Retrograde coming up. Okay, brain's going a little bit weird. Okay. What I'm trying to say is it still lives inside you because you're still trying to seek the validation from the experience you went through to develop this emotion in the first place, in the wrong people and the wrong things through this journey in particular. And if you try to make the reason that you're on your journey to do with this emotion you never got to fully feel, eventually that emotion is going to start to project itself in different ways. And the ways that it's been trying to project himself now is through lack of being willing to hold yourself accountable for certain things. When it comes to, in particular, how you show up for your work stuff or how you show up in like career projects, endeavors of some kind, when it comes to like a project that you want to do or attain, a certain goal, like you kind of blame this experience that you've had on the lack of like showing up, because you keep telling yourself that you need others, you need something to feel okay in that arena of yourself to keep going forward. Does that make sense, guys? I really hope that makes sense. Let me know in the comments down below if what I said just sounded like gibberish, and honestly, I don't know what I could do, but I'm just curious. I really hope that this reading's resonating so far, my loves. But yeah, with this, I want to now take a look and see what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. So we are going to get the cards here. And before we do that, let us look at your side note with these tea leaves up here. So you have 3 tea leaves with younger woman, dealing with a relationship with a younger woman. Dragon, beware of self-delusion. And lastly, beetle, good fortune. These 3 cards are giving me the side note of looking at a younger version of yourself that is holding a lot of this emotion that you never got to fully feel. Because this version of yourself has so much rage that it creates self-delusion. And once you're able to get that part of you under control and to befriend it and love it and give it all the attention and recognition that it's always wanted, and you thought you wanted to get it from other people outside of you, when in reality you just wanted to get it from the present you, the version of you that's listening to this reading now, that's when things and good things will start to follow, because you're right on your way and well on your way to getting some really good things coming into your life. Pile number 1, I want to make that clear. But if you were to hold space for this emotion as you're going through this journey, it will get rid of the indecisiveness in your ability to fully move forward more, where this unsuccessful outcome to a problem will become a successful outcome instead. So, I just wanted to share that with you. But in order to get there, it involves you releasing the need to protect yourself and just be more vulnerable to get to the experience of re-meeting this version of you. I'm probably going to link the meditation, the Insight Timer meditation that I love to use for connecting to your inner child, in the description box below for my pile number 1s. If you guys never listened to it, I highly recommend you do. It's very healing. But don't worry, we also are going to have a lot of different tools. You guys got a lot of cards that we're going to be exploring together when it comes to exercises that you can do for your well-being and to help you embody and process this emotion safely. Some of the cards may not resonate and some exercises will. What I'm going to do, instead of reading all of them out loud when the time does come, I'm going to bring them up to the camera and I'm going to hold them there and give you guys time to pause the video, take notes, read through it, and do what you got to do. Okay. Yeah, I probably will read through them once at a time. Now that I just realized that for people that can't understand English and they need to listen to the YouTube with like a different caption in their language, I'm gonna read it out loud once, very like thoroughly and as clearly as I can, to make sure that the YouTube captions are able to transcribe it properly. But yeah, okay, my loves, that's what we're gonna do, but we're gonna do that later. We're gonna keep going. But yes, I am gonna make sure that we are going to get that gathered in for you. And before we move forward, I just wanted to say that this card did fall out, and it says you are on the right path regarding some aspect of your life. So yes, you are on the right path, but this situation, it can help you embody more self-trust so you can stop depending on everyone else to give you the confirmation that you need to keep going. Does that make sense? Because you're just really afraid to do it, but you're using too much of your energy right now with this emotion you never got to fully feel by trying to get the validation from the wrong things. So let us now continue forward. We're going to move into the third section, what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. All right. So we're just going to move these cards out of the way. I'm just going to reset the deck in case we need the tarot again. We might not, but maybe we will. And for this part, we have all these cards that came out. We got 2 crystals and a couple of these cards, and then we have one back of the deck energy for my essential oils deck with the essential oil, which I might not be able to pronounce correctly, Melaleuca. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. With the keyword evolution, trigger statement, things will never change. True statement, I attract only what is for my highest good. The imbalances in relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. Okay. So, what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. We have Majorum with the keyword comfort. Trigger statement, people cannot be trusted. True statement, I trust my heart. Your big, beautiful heart is ready to open. Trust that you will be able to discern who is best to walk with you. So something about people. The next card we have is the Aparigraha card from the 8 limbs of Patanjali Yoga. With non-greed, number 6. So 6 is a number of significance here. So number 666 may be important to you. I highly recommend you write it down and look into the meaning of seeing that number in repetition, because that number came out a couple of times earlier too. And it could be like a side note message for what we're just diving into. For Aparigraha, let us see what that card has to be about. So, non-greed, the qualities is about confidence, letting go, and non-attachment. The silly chipmunk reminds us to slow down and consume food and drink mindfully. A scarcity model tells us we will never have enough. Aparigraha suggests that you root your decisions in love rather than fear. Consider ways to live within your non-greed nature and see this as a counterculture act. To one established in non-greed, a thorough illumination of the how and why of one's birth comes. Reflections. Where do you cling? What can you let go of? When you acknowledge everything is temporary, you stop clinging. Share your things and your time and watch it return twofold. Affirmation. I have everything I need and I am open to sharing what I have. Okay. That's interesting. I really find that interesting because there's this idea of like, you're ready for a massive expansion, but you're so scared of taking that next step because you've been hurt before by people when you tried to share something and they like deceived you in some way, perhaps. Everything happened for a reason to get you to where you're at right now, pile number 1. It had to happen the way it did so that you can learn some things. So now you know how to, so that you can learn how to carry the right things outwards to share with others without over like clinging onto it too tightly, your ideas, or oversharing. Like there has to be like a middle ground that you had to like learn how to get there. But if you're too afraid to share it, then you're never going to find that middle ground. And there's this idea here of needing to embody more self-trust to know when the right things to say are, and when the certain things to say aren't. For the crystals, you have peridot, and it says magnetize your motivation. Use it when you're not applying yourself. Success isn't something to be afraid of. You have permission to unabashedly go for it. Power up with peridot and enjoy the ride. Where you put it wherever you give chase to love, money, power, and joy. A metal with an energy that gets things done. Magnetize your motivation. And then for diamond, oh, how beautiful, you have a diamond. It says shine your brightest. Use it when you've got to keep it icy, when you want to make your intentions perfectly clear. When it's time to beam your own unique light through the darkness for all to see, own it with diamond. Okay. I love this because you're being called to shine. This emotion needs now to be felt and processed fully is your ability to believe in yourself unapologetically, to show up in this journey. Now I understand why it was showing me like there's things happening and that's why it's been difficult to look at this emotion, but it's valid for the trauma, like the experience that the emotional memory that this emotion you never got to fully feel developed from. It's very valid, but it seems to me like Source is trying to tell you right now, pile number one, that the only way to feel this emotion and to let it be felt and processed safely is by continuing to do the journey. Let yourself continue to show up. Stop being afraid to share your gifts to the world. And allow yourself to finally say the things that you've been keeping in. There's something here about needing to express yourself because you don't like to express yourself often. You're scared to share things. Like you think you're going to share too much or not enough or something like that, where you're really scared of what would happen if you were to reveal things. And Source is giving me like this insight here of like needing to give yourself more permission to make screw ups, okay? Every person that is trying to carve their own path in a certain aspect or area of life, whether it's in romance, career, personal growth, health, fitness, it's going to feel weird at first. It's going to feel awkward. And you have been going through this journey for a while, but this is a new era or chapter in it where you will continue to make slip-ups, and you should give yourself more trust in your ability to handle the slip-ups, because that's what evolution's about. And evolution to actually occur, we have to go through some form of adversity and struggle to learn how to overcome it. And it doesn't happen in the snap of the fingers. We have to experience it in its full form. And wrath, especially, because sometimes it's not a comfy feeling. But if you can give yourself permission to let yourself want it, just as bad as you've been trying to get attention or reassurance or affirmation of some kind from those around you to help you believe in yourself, if you can give that to yourself without needing anyone else, that's when things are going to start like clicking, working more in your favor, because you know that you're ready. You're just really, really scared. You're focusing too much on needing the reassurance though, and that is what's getting in your way of being able to go through the rebirth and the renewal. What else does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely for pile number one? What else does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely for pile number one? Okay. Knight of Swords. Well, yeah, you're definitely moving forward. We have the King of Cups and the Queen of Wands. Emotional intelligence, diplomatic, balanced, affectionate, family-oriented, devoted, generous, energetic, vivacious, strong, courageous. Okay. We have the Moon in Leo with the third eye chakra, illusion, release the illusions. And we have Neptune in Pisces with yes. And then we have Moon in Leo with yes. Let yourself be the dreamer. Let yourself be honest. Let yourself show up exactly as you are and protect your truth. Protect your authenticity as you continue to show up, because there are big changes. You know that there's been big changes coming up in your life, but in order to move through them, you have to be assertive. You have to be honest with yourself and direct and jump right into it. And the only way to do it the right way, where it's not going to drain you anymore, pile number one, is by doing it with groundedness and just letting yourself not shake when self-doubt tries to creep in, because self-doubt will come in when we see weird expressions on people's faces. You know, if we throw someone off guard, if we say something out of the box. But who the F cares? You should care more about what you think about what you're saying than anyone else. You should care more about how you're showing up more than anyone else. Everyone else is going to tell you either what you want to hear, or they're just going to tell you things to make you feel inferior or insecure. We can't always trust people's judgment when we're trying to do something from a place of our truth, because only we can see how we're acting. And if we're trying to get reassurance 24/7 from everything around us, then it makes us have even more lack of self-trust, or feel like we can't trust ourselves even more. This is the time to start showing up, regardless of whether you're perfect at the thing or not. Pile number one. You'll know who the right people will be. Trust me when I say this, everyone that happens to come into your path, the experiences you've had, they all happen to lead you to where you're at today. And where you're at is exactly where you're meant to be, because if it wasn't for where you're at, you wouldn't be listening to this reading. And I think there's a reason why you had 11:11 come up at the beginning of your reading, because this reading had to find you at a time where it's giving you, like, it's an initiation, a rite of passage of initiation, I feel like, for you to get this journey started. And it's giving you the confirmation you need, so you don't have to lean on anybody else outside of you to hear this confirmation. Does that make sense? Now, for this to be everything that this emotion needs now to be felt and processed fully, before we go into your final messages from source, as well as your higher self or anything else that wanted to come through, I wanted to reveal to you all the exercises and practices and prompts that came out during the pile preparation portion of your reading that may or may not resonate, but I do believe that every single person that chose this pile will have cards in these sets. It will have cards, exercises in these cards. We'll have, my God, guys, my words. We'll have exercises in at least a couple of cards from this little pile I have in my hand, okay? So I'm going to reveal them up towards the camera one at a time. I'm gonna leave them there for a couple of seconds, okay? I'm gonna read through it once, and then I'm gonna place it back down and then continue going, okay? We're gonna go through this a little bit quickly because you guys have a lot of cards. And like I said, I want you to pause the video on the cards so you can read through them, take notes, and choose the ones that resonate, okay? Really listen to what I'm gonna share. You can even, like I said, pause in between to really assess the card, observe it, feel its energy, and see if it's really speaking to you, okay? Because if it doesn't speak to you, it might be speaking to someone else that also chose this pile, okay? So we're gonna get started. First up, you received Take the Elevator Down. Feeling overwhelmed, connecting with your 5 senses will help you to calm down. Name the following: 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, 1 thing you can taste. Next up, a journey to your favorite place. Number 9, close your eyes and imagine yourself in your favorite place. It could be any place, anywhere you feel good and calm. When you get there, look around for a bit. Who are the people there? What do you see, smell, taste, hear, and feel? What kind of details emerge? Live the place with your whole body. Your body won't know that you really didn't go there, and it will react as though you did. When you feel the effects of the place, your body will relax. Savoring. To savor is to notice and relish. Ways to savor the moment. Owning your accomplishment. Expressing gratitude. luxuriating in physical comforts, marveling with wonder. Pick a way to savor something today. Repeat for at least 1 week. Accountability partner. A healthy dose of peer pressure can keep you motivated and moving forward. Schedule check-ins with someone who supports your goals. Ideally, someone who could serve as your cheerleader and drill sergeant. Celebrate imperfection. The Leaning Tower of Pisa is famous for its unstable foundation. What's a quirk that you can learn to appreciate in someone? Pick a personal struggle/flaw and turn it into something that spreads inspiration. Two more, the second to last one here. The Three Stooges. Guilt, when we judge ourselves. Shame, when others judge us. Embarrassment, when we feel self-conscious about doing something against social norms. What can you do to keep your embarrassment safe from growing into guilt or shame? This is a powerful one. And the final one, my loves. Pay attention to your thoughts. Look how the last one is the number 11. Confirmation 1111 is important for numbers for you too. Close your eyes. Think of your thoughts as a movie you're watching. The movie is on the big screen. You can see it, but you have no control over it. Just sit there with your popcorn and drink and watch the motion picture for 5 to 10 minutes. Doing this exercise will reduce the negative stress reactions in your body. All right. So there you have all the exercises that came out for you, my loves, that can help you move through this emotion, feel this emotion, and process it safely. To wrap up your reading, we're now going to go into your final message from Source, your higher self, and everything that else that wanted to come through by delivering to you the animal medicine that wanted to come through for you. And we're going to do this and honor it by reading the passage in the booklet that goes along with this card. Okay, so the animal medicine you received is mouse with number 20. Let's go to it together. Okay. Mouse, if I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries weight and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Mouse with the keyword scrutiny. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a great weakness. It is good medicine to see up close. It is good medicine to pay attention to detail. But it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. Mouse has many predatory enemies, including birds, snakes, and cats. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that might appear insignificant to others take on enormous importance to mouse. Mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat even if it matches in color. They will try to convince you that the simplest task is fraught with difficulty. They are fixated on methodology. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. They may seem like they are hoarding, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chiefs tell us that without Mouse, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is Mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized, with a compartment for everything. You should try to see a larger picture than the one staring you in the face. Develop largesse of spirit. Try to become aware of the great dance of life. Realize that even though you may be sitting in Los Angeles, there is also a New York, a moon, a solar system, a galaxy, and an infinite universe. Jump high, little friend. You will glimpse the sacred mountain. If mouse is in your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize. Look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat is in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, a lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and to take action accordingly. Interesting. I actually love this because there's this idea here of there is going to be more responsibility coming up. And I guess I now understand why the unseen card came through. And you're afraid of this, what this next chapter has in store for you, or at least the responsibility of it. And I just cut the deck, scared of change. But growth happens within discomfort, and you're meant to take a deep breath and keep moving. So I feel like Source is trying to tell you, like, you've been doing everything right, my love, but you need to understand that this is part of the journey to help you grow up. Magnetize your motivation is to help you remember, like, even if this is terrifying, understand that a lot of the fears that you're having right now is your ego trying to keep you safe. And it's understandable, but at the same time, with an accountability partner, I really feel like somebody that you can have on your corner will really be able to help you, like, believe in yourself, even if it's like a check-in every once in a while. So that leaves me to my final thing I wanted to share with you guys if you made it to the end of your reading. I am currently accepting one-on-one clients. If that's something you're interested in, whether it's to do a one-on-one, a standalone single session together, or it's to get a free soul clarity call, you know, and that's where there's no pressure to buy anything, but we can connect and see if we can maybe be a good fit for each other to work one-on-one consistently in my deeper support containers. If that's something you're interested in, I would love to get to know you, meet you, work with you potentially, and see where we can go with our connection together, because you know, accountability partner really stood out to me. And I just felt like for some of you guys that chose this pile, maybe that is a call to connect with somebody. And so I did feel called to share that with you, not with me, as I am a trauma-informed facilitator of deep healing and soul remembrance. I would absolutely love to help you understand how the self-sabotage has been getting in your way and, you know, help you get unstuck from this. All this stuff I really feel like can help you. It's just you need to be willing to help yourself and believe that you are capable of embodying mouse medicine once and for all. So with that being said, my loves, I send you so much unconditional love. I really hope this reading resonated with you. If you can do any little form of engagement, whether it's a comment down below to tell me that you picked pile number 1, you can share your experience, maybe share your story. I'm trying to build a community of people that aren't afraid to share their voices. This is an anonymous space, okay? If you're ready to heal, show up and you know, get out of the shadows, because we all don't need to be hiding there forever. Show your truth. Maybe this is a great step. Commenting down below could be a great first step to help you like embody more of this energy and not be afraid to shine, even if it feels scary at first. And you know, even the people down below can be part of your accountability journey. So with that being said though, I really hope this reading resonated. I send you guys so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile number 2s. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we're going to be raw and organically and fully unedited gathering all the cards for your reading today. We're just going to be gathering the cards that we can get in advance. I'm going to be using tarot for clarification when I feel the call for it throughout the reading itself. So that's nothing we're going to prepare in advance, but the oracle cards we definitely can. So for the first section, we're going to be looking at the emotion you had to hold in and what this emotion is connected to. For those cards, for that section, we're going to be gathering cards from these decks. All right. So let us see what wants to come through. So What is the emotion that pile number 2 had to hold in? And what is this emotion connected to? In this timeless reading, as this reading will find them whenever it is meant to, in reference to the emotion that they never got to fully feel. What is the emotion that pile number 2 had to hold in, regardless of when this reading finds them? And what is this emotion connected to? So it also wants to come out. All right. So we got 2 rune cards. Let's keep going. What is the emotion that pile number 2 had to hold in? And what is this emotion connected to? What is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel connected to, regardless of when this reading finds them? What is this emotion connected to? All right. What is the emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel? And what is this emotion connected to? Regardless of when this reading finds them, what is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel connected to? What is this emotion connected to? Okay. 2 chakra wisdom cards. Oh, let's keep going. What is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel connected to? What is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel connected to? Regardless of when pile number 2 comes across this reading. All right, back of the deck does want to come through here. It is the air with unseen potential, comma, hesitation. All right. And then we got a couple of Citadel cards that came out, and we're going to honor them. With these in reverse, it's interesting. They're both in reverse, but this card landed this way. So we're going to honor it that way. We're going to probably explore the meanings of these things further with more length and detail in the reading itself. So I really am quite curious to see what this is about, but let's do the last deck here. So what is the emotion that pile number 2 had to hold in, regardless of when this reading finds them? And what is this emotion connected to? What is this emotion connected to? In reference to the emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel, what is this emotion connected to? Okay, back of the deck wants to come through. We have Stork with number 17, the Queen of Hearts. Stork. I know storks are I think the birds that like carry the babies in like those pictures. Interesting how it laid out. So maybe there's an order here. All right, and this is in reverse. Interesting. Does this want to be in reverse? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna do one more time. 5. All right. Okay. Beautiful. We got all the cards set up, my loves. So we're gonna place that to the side. And we're gonna go into the next set of cards where we're gonna go into the second section where we're gonna explore why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel and how this emotion still lives inside you, okay? So to get to the first part of the section, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel, we're gonna use these decks. This isn't to say that you're gonna get a card from all the decks, but we'll see what happens. So why was this emotion not safe? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 2? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 2, regardless of when this reading finds them? Why has this emotion that they never got to fully feel not been safe for them to feel? Why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? All right, back the deck does want to come through. We have healing with inner child. How powerful is that? Love this. We're going to keep going. Why has this emotion for pile number 2 not been safe for them to feel? Regardless of when this reading finds them, why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Let's shuffle. All right, back of the deck also wants to come through here. We got giving heart, showing love, caring actions, selfless gestures. Okay. Why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Regardless of when this reading finds them, why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Okay. Back of the deck wants to come through. We have bird flying. News is on the way. Okay. We have 2 cards that landed on top of your significators. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel, regardless of when this reading finds pile number 2? Why has this emotion not been safe for pile number 2 to feel? Okay. Back of the deck here also, staff, you will be taken care of in difficult times. I really hope this is focusing. I'm losing my SHIT here because I'm getting frustrated how it's not focusing. Okay. So we have these 2 cards together. All these cards kind of landed near the significator card. So we're going to I'm going to combine them with your significator. And we'll look at your significator card and the reading itself with these additional tea leaves that landed on them as like an add-on to the message. These landed here. Let me just check underneath me to make sure no cards flew out. Okay, cool. So these came separate from that. We're going to place them like this. Okay, great. Now we're going to go into the second part of the second section where we're going to see how this emotion still lives in you or shows up, how it still manifests. So how does this emotion still live inside of pile number 2? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 2, regardless of when this reading has found them? How does this emotion that they never got to fully feel still live inside of pile number 2? Okay. 2 cards. How is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel still live inside of them? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 2, regardless of when this reading has found them? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 2? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 2? One more shuffle. This deck is so chunky. Sorry, I was scratching myself. Okay. How did this emotion still live, oh my gosh, inside of pile number 2? Okay, this one wants to get taken and neither of these do. And then we have the one that fell. Okay. All right. Okay. So we got that. Now we're going to go into the third section, what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. Okay. Let's see if you get a crystal. What does this emotion need now from pile number 2 to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion need now in order to be felt and processed safely for pile number 2? What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely for pile number 2? One more shuffle. All right, so we got 2 crystals. And they're both blue. Interesting. What does this emotion need to be felt and processed safely from pile number 2, regardless of when this reading has found them? What is this emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel need in order to be felt and processed safely from pile number 2? What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 2? What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 2? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here. Oh, it is restriction with joy guides, number 28. Restriction. And shame. Shame was there too. Shame with number 35. 2 and 8 add to 10. 3 and 5 add to 8. Divine healers. How interesting is that? Okay. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 2? Regardless of when this reading has found them, what does this emotion need from pile number 2 to be felt and processed safely? In reference to the emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel, what does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely, regardless of when this reading finds pile number 2? Okay, back of the deck also wants to come through here. We have asana, physical postures with the number 13. Interesting. All right, final deck of cards. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely? What does this emotion of pile number 2 need now to be felt and processed safely, regardless of when this reading finds pile number 2? Okay. Back of the deck. Time, keyword. Time, essential oil, keyword revive, trigger statement, I cannot stand myself, true statement, I am aligned. Go within and allow everything that isn't resonant to be purged so you can come from your heart, your seat of power. Okay. We got a couple of, so this card landed on the significator. So we're going to take it as a pairing, and then these two landed together. And then we also have one that fell on the floor. All right. So we got all those cards set up. Now we're gonna go into, we're gonna shuffle these two decks to see if there are any additional practices, prompts, things that are meant for you really within these two decks to come through. And I'm gonna reveal them too. We're gonna explore them. Pile number 1 received so many different things. So, it could be that just a lot of people select pile number 1 and maybe not everything's gonna resonate with everybody. So, you're gonna have to cherry pick what comes through. Oh, I can't stop yawning. Sorry, guys. Okay, so are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 2 to aid them in the emotion that they never got to fully feel? Are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out if there are cards in here meant for pile number 2. Allow them to come out if there are cards here meant for pile number 2. Okay, we didn't get anything from this deck, so we're going to go straight to this one. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 2 to aid them on the emotion they never got to fully feel, regardless of when this reading finds them. Are there any cards in this deck that are meant for pile number 2? Allow them to come out if they are meant for pile number 2. Let's shuffle. Okay. Oh, we got one. All right. And your final messages from source, your higher self, and anything else that wants to come through. All right. What is the animal medicine meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? What is the animal medicine meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? What is the animal medicine meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? What is the animal medicine meant for pile number 2 to end their reading with? Oh, okay, I guess we got 2. Interesting. This is the same exact animal medicine that came through for pile number 1. So some of you guys that are listening to this may have felt called to more than one pile. But I am going absolutely insane because there is this weird sound on top of me. And I need to... Hello, my beautiful pile number 2s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Breaking Mental Chains card with the words, old belief systems can keep you stuck, be willing to change and rewrite them, then you already know that this reading is 100% meant for you in reference to the emotion that you may have never gotten to fully feel. As you can see, we have more than just the significator card here. And the reason for that is because during the pile preparation portion of your reading, we did get a couple of cards that landed directly above your significator card. And I saw that as a sign that all these cards have to do with the significator card, the overall underlying theme of what we're going to be exploring today in reference to the emotion you never got to fully feel and how it's impacted you. So to look at the cards now, we're going to take a look at that before we just dive right in. The cards that came with this is Ram, a stubborn, aggressive person. We have Haystack, Karma, you will reap what you have sown. Turkey, someone is behaving stupidly. And Lily, spiritual love. Okay. And then the final card is the essential oil card of oregano with the key word being resonance. Trigger statement, I am right. True statement, I am open to the unknown. You are being shown what is dissonant in your life. Allow the beliefs that are not serving you to fall away and be open to your bright future. Okay, so with this being the yellow color, in my essential oils deck, there's multiple different colors here. This is immediately giving me this idea that this emotion that you never got to fully feel is an emotion that has heavily weighed on your ability to overcome obstacles or your like ability to, I guess, adapt to like specific situations. Like I'm picturing somebody who gets really frustrated with life and you feel like sometimes like you keep trying to do things the way that you believe they should be done and then it doesn't like work out for you, or like if you're not flexible enough, if you get too focused on this need for control, like you're terrified that things won't work out if you release that control. But it kind of feels like you've had experiences where you're realizing that this isn't like, I feel like you're in the middle of like starting to like heal this and it's still fresh though, like in your system. The self-discovery journey you're on is still super fresh and to the point where you're slowly waking up to an illusion that you've been feeding yourself. And this illusion was being fed to you by this emotion you never got to fully feel. This has to do with a version of you that feels like they always have to be on like fight mode, response mode, react mode to get things done. And it can make it difficult for you to fully be like clear or rational about certain things or think things through like for a good amount of time where you're not like jumping the gun on something or just saying no to something because it immediately can spike your nervous system for a second. And that's like normal. Like things that feel out of our comfort zone are going to feel nerve-wracking, but it doesn't mean that they're a bad thing. There's this idea here where this emotion you never got to fully feel, it is the very thing, the culprit for holding you back. It's the very culprit for why, it's the very culprit for where you're at right now in life, if that makes sense. That's what I'm hearing, for where you're at, for where you are. Regardless of when this reading has found you, my love, there's a reason for that. So that's just something for you to keep in mind, okay? But we're going to keep on going. And we're going to just place these cards here. I know you're not going to be able to see everything, so I really hope that you are taking notes, okay? We're going to do it like this so I remember how everything's connected. All right. So for the first section, we're going to be looking at 2 questions: the emotion that you specifically have had to hold in all this time, and then what this emotion is connected to. All right. For that, we're going to look at the back of the deck energies that wanted to come through first. So we've got the air with unseen potential, comma, hesitation. And then we have Stork, my Malefique Lenormand deck with the number 17. There's like this idea of like underestimating oneself that's coming through. Stork, changes, moving to something new, grace and delivery. Okay, unseen potential, hesitation. We're going to get the Citadel booklet out for when this part, because the way these cards came out, I saw 2 reversed. I have no clue what the reverse meaning is. We're going to have to look at the booklet for that. But then I also got this card like land directly on top of them. So I saw that this card in the upright position is influencing these 2 reversals, okay? So we've got the Thief in reverse with seizing the moment, comma, selfishness, but it's in reverse. And then we have the Spy Master in reverse that says knowledge, comma, distrust. And the Sailor that has new influences, comma, wanderlust is the energy that's influencing these 2 reversals. We're going to look at the Citadel booklet to understand the meanings of these things a little bit more deeply though, in time, but we're going to keep revealing. So let me figure out where I want to put this. Okay, I'm probably going to move this to the side. I'm going to be able to see it. It's just you that won't be able to, okay? It's just so we have space. All right. For the cards. Oh, I remember. Oh, let's just do it this way. We have Mountain with the number 21. We have Woman, number 29. And then we have House with number 4. For the Fortune card, we have the number 24 with Thief. So the Thief, but it's in reverse here. Interesting. And then for the rune cards, let me see. We have the Fehu rune with possessions won or earned income, luck, abundance, financial strength in the present or near future. But I kind of saw it in reverse. But I feel like it wants to be upright. There's this idea that like you have so much lack of self-belief in oneself, that it's you think that you're like incapable of getting somewhere. And then we have the Awaz rune with strength, reliability, dependability, trustworthiness, enlightenment, endurance, defense, and protection. I'm going to place this sideways actually, like this, because I feel like this was in reverse when I flipped it over, but it wants to be upright. So just as a reminder. And then for the 2 chakra wisdom cards here, we have the Muladhara root chakra with the keyword resilience. I choose to remain steady and strong in the face of challenges. Exactly. You are doubting your ability to do something. And okay, lastly, we have Anahata heart chakra with connection. I feel one with all beings through the invisible bonds of love. Okay. Let's see what the Citadel card, where they are at. Okay, actually, before we do that, let's look at the Malefique card. So for House, we have home affairs, stability, protection, real estate, and traditions. For Mountain, we have obstacle, a challenge, emotional weight, fortitude, durability. And then for Woman, we have a woman having connection to the question. Okay. And change, new beginnings. All right, let's see what the thief is in reverse. So the thief, let's go there. Thief, thief, thief. Thief is 112. Reversed, for whatever reason, you found yourself in a situation where you are hoarding resources for some unseen future disaster. Material wealth, favors, even friendships. You're holding on to everything with an iron fist. What's making you feel so insecure about your life that you need to prepare for the worst? Assess those feelings. You should also let yourself enjoy some of what you've been holding on to rather than saving it all for a rainy day. Okay, so fear. And then the spy master and reverse. Let's see if we can find it. Is 48. All right. Your high standards are only setting others up to disappoint you. Rather than expecting too much of people, try to recognize where you're being unrealistic and accept that nothing is perfect. Okay. And then we have the sailor. The sailor is page 106. All right. So the sailor upright, seagulls wheel and call as a ship cuts through the water, skimming over gleaming waves and pods of spinning dolphins. The sailor breathes a deep lungful of sea air and smiles. The sea is vast and beautiful, but their thoughts are a cottage back in the citadel. Of a cozy fire and a warm embrace, and they realize that there are some things worth dropping anchor for. The sailor represents two possibilities: the familiar shores of home and the yearning for distant lands. You may be craving a change of pace, however big or small, and the current moment might be the perfect one to start afresh. But whatever you do to satisfy your cravings, don't forget the importance of your origins. Okay. So there's a lot of things coming through. And the reason why I say that is because when it comes to this emotion that you've had to hold in pile number 2, I believe that the reason and the biggest reason why you've had to hold it in is because you never really were put in a situation yet in your life during, like, throughout this time, like since up until you found this reading, basically, where you had to like fully see it eye to eye. And now that's changing because there is something new coming up in your life. There is this idea or this energy though that I keep channeling of like a lot of pressure. Like the pressure to change is like really big. Like you put it on yourself or it's there. Like other people are expecting you to change in some way, shape, or capacity. But okay, let's get some more clarifications. I'm gonna try to get 2 cards out for each section of questions for the first section, where we're gonna get to tarot out for the emotion you had to hold in and then what it still is connected to. Let's see though, because Source never likes to give me specifics. So give us more information, Source, on the emotion that pile number 2 had to hold in, regardless of when this reading has found them. What is the emotion that pile number 2 never got to fully feel / hold in? Okay. Let's try to get this again one more time, because I felt like Source is being like secretive for a weird reason. So what is the emotion that pile number 2 has had to hold in? Back of the deck here is the 2 of Wands with choice. And the 3rd eye chakra with Mars and Aries. 2 paths, decisions, options, planning. Grass is always greener. Deciding to stay or go, waiting, anticipation, restlessness, detachment. And then we have the 3 of Cups. Is this Chariot in reverse? And then we have the Knight of Cups in reverse. There are so many things that you want to do, pile number 2, but you genuinely find so much comfort in where you're at right now. And it's hard to admit it to yourself. It's like you complain about it. By the way, this could be a trigger warning reading, guys. Warning you, I'm a very blunt reader. I don't like to hold back, because if I filter the messages through a trauma-informed space, then I could be using my own ego to try to lick wounds or something like that. And sometimes Source just wants it to be delivered the way it's meant to, okay? So just a quick trigger warning, all right? This might be a cutthroat reading for some of you guys. it's like some of you guys that chose this pile, the emotion that you've had to hold in has to do with like genuinely wanting to just feel like you're a part of something, be seen, be accepted into something. But you feel like the only way you can get there is like some sort of impossible mission, or like you doubt yourself so hard that you think that like you're incapable of it. And so it either drives you aggressively hard to keep going, and you have a lot of trouble stopping. You have a lot of trouble showing up for the other areas of your life, or you numb yourself completely. So there's an extremist tendency within this pile, and it's going to be either or, okay? So one might resonate what I just shared, or the other thing will. So it could be like workaholism, aggressive tendency to just keep on like grinding, but like you don't know how to stop. You don't know how to sit back and take a moment to smell roses, basically, metaphorically speaking. Because you would rather do the thing that you think makes you more of like a badass, quote unquote. But then like you're working at a pace where it's very aligned with like anger or like pain. And this idea of like feeding into the can't stop, won't stop mentality. And it doesn't really serve your case. It doesn't really help your case in the form of like showing up for yourself and like giving yourself enough time to just like feel things when they need to be felt. The other thing that I am channeling, so that's the first thing, like the first extreme. The second extreme in terms of the emotion you had to hold in has a lot to do with the amount of pressure of perfectionism you put on yourself to like succeed or like show up in life, to the point where it like kind of creates procrastination. It creates a tendency to malfunction in a way, and it actually, what's the word? Strays you off the path even further, because it's scary, you know? When we put so much pressure on ourselves to the point that we're literally freaking out in our minds, we're going to try to find a way to, our brain, our ego, the survival mechanism within us is going to try to find a way to do everything in its power to steer us away from the thing that's causing this stress, that's causing the anxiety, the fear, the pain, or the suffering, or whatever it is. And sometimes it's going to choose things that aren't actually in our own best interest, but it thinks it is because it gives some brain release feel-good chemicals for a moment or two. Or it helps us detach from the situation, dissociate, disappear for a little bit. And eventually our brain's going to keep trying to find a way to keep us going back to that way of doing things, because it's easier than to just look at it head on. So there's this idea of either or, right? And the emotion that you had to hold in has a lot to do with this pressure perfectionism. So it's like, regardless of which extreme like aligns with you within this pile, guys, the emotion that you had to hold in is still the same thing. It's about this a heavy pressure of perfectionism to like show up and like be good enough, succeed, be perfect. It's a lot of pressure, and it either makes you stall a ridiculous amount, or you don't know how to stop, and it interferes with your ability. It interferes with, not ability, with the other areas of your life that also want to be manifested and grow as well, and heal and progress and evolve. So stalling or grinding, nonstop, addictive tendency, like, it's all because you think that if you were either to slow down or to get started, you're not going to make it. You're going to fail. Something bad's going to happen. It's like the same thing, but on both ends of the spectrum. So it's still connected in how it still lives in you. I mean, what it's connected to is that need for perfectionism. What it's connected to is that need to be good enough and like show up, succeed, accomplish the mission. And it gets connected to that because it's like your ego stealing from you. Your ego is not your pride. It's the survival mechanism within you that allows us to have the human experience. It helps us figure out our wants and our dislikes, you know? And it keeps us away from the things we dislike and tries to get us more to the pleasurable experiences in life. Because of that, it can learn that in exaggerated ways, where, you know, how sometimes kids don't like homework at school. Like, their brain's going to try to find a way to get out of homework. You know, the ego will try to find a way because they don't like that experience, but it's still a good thing for them. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, sometimes our brain can't understand what's best for us sometimes. Like from a philosophical perspective, a bigger picture perspective, because when we're in survival mode, we're narrow-minded. We're just thinking about the details in that moment of today. And then that can bring up a lot of opportunity for spiraling of thoughts and ruminating on things that just keep spinning in circles and circles and circles. So there's like this idea though, that the situation, regardless of the extreme you're in, it stays connected to this need to like be good enough, but it keeps feeling like no matter how hard you try, you're still not making like progress. Or yeah, honestly, no, it is. No matter how hard you try, you're still not making progress. And that still serves for both extremes, whether it's the working too hard or you're stalling completely and you're too afraid to just begin because you think that you don't have what it takes. So you use distractive moments in your life to not, like, to find reasons not to keep going. It's kind of like you're manipulating yourself. So it depends, you know, though, on the extreme and which one you resonate with. But that is what I'm seeing. So with that, let me see if there's anything else that Source wants to show us here before we go into the second section. Okay, so this came sideways. So we have the Moon card, the Page of Pentacles, the Fool, and the Ten of Pentacles. And it came in sideways, so it's like reversal, and it doesn't know if it wants to be upright or in reverse. There's this idea here that what this emotion is connected to right now has a lot to do with your belief in yourself and your like learned memories, like emotional memories, emotional experiences that you've had in the past that led you to assuming that when you take risks, like you don't actually like, I don't know how to explain this. You want to learn how to take risks more, but you don't know what's going to happen when you take risks. And that fear of like that unknown really, really stops you from being able to take the step that you know can help you get to this Ten of Pentacles moment. But you keep trying, like your brain is going to always try to find excuses to not let you like go do something new out of your comfort zone because it's trying to keep you quote unquote safe, just like the ego, all that stuff. This experience, this emotion that you never got to fully feel that holds you back, was ingrained in you to always like do something above and beyond, or to like make your parents like happy with you or whoever raised you, pile number 2. And because of that, there is this idea that like you planted an idea, a seed got planted in your head because of how you were raised, that like things that involve risk taking are kind of scary. And it can create either a big win or a big loss. And that 50-50 chance percent like thing, it screws with your head really, really bad. It really impacts your ability to show up fully. And that's why there's moments where you're like, I think that's why there's the extreme here of like either going all in and creating burnout for yourself each and every day. So you're not working to the best of your abilities because you're overworking, or you're not doing anything because you're too afraid to start because you're so scared of what would happen if you do. And it's like you think that it's going to come when it's meant to come, but in reality, you're the one that's creating your destiny as we speak. So it's like what the thing that you're trying to protect yourself from is like a thing of your own creation, because you're the one that's controlling your reality each and every day, and you're the only one that can make things not work out. Does that make sense? Like things don't just fail, okay? They don't just fail on their own. They only fail when you choose to throw in the towel. That's it. So, but like your brain's kind of feeding into this fantasy of like, if I stop, I fail, or if I start, I'm already inevitably going to fail. So it's like on both extremes, regardless of the extreme that resonates with you, pile number 2, my love, it's connected to this assumption. It's connected to this idea that I have to protect, that I have to be on survival mode, that
it's going to be hard and I have to make it harder for myself than it actually is. Does that make sense? You are intentionally making this harder than it needs to be. That's something that's coming through. Because of this emotion you never got to fully feel, it makes the experience harder than it needs to be. It's taking away, it's stealing from you the emotional fulfillment. It's stealing away peaceful moments in your life. It's stealing away your ability to trust yourself and have belief in yourself that you can conquer this. And it's just all you knew. This is a force of habit, is what I'm hearing. So we're going to keep going. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move these cards to the side because we're not going to have space to leave everything on the table as is. I'm still going to be able to see the cards. It's just you that won't be able to, my loves, because we're going to be moving in to the second section now. Okay. All right. You might still be able to see some cards. Let me see if I can move these. All right. So we did get, for the second section, we're going to be looking at why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel and how it still lives inside you, how it still shows up. Let me just move these cards. But to get into the second section, let's look at the first thing first. And these are the decks that I used for the first question here, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the back of the deck energies first. So you have 4 back of the deck energies. You got the Staff with you will be taken care of in difficult times. You have the bird flying, news is on the way. Okay. And then you have healing with inner child. And then you have giving heart, showing love, caring actions, selfless gestures. Okay, now this is giving me even more of this idea of like stalling. You get in your own way sometimes, pile number 2, to the point where you let other people's problems be bigger than yours. You keep prioritizing other people's stuff over your own stuff, and then you get frustrated with why you're not doing enough. And you don't share enough about your problems with people. You keep it all inside, but then you want everyone else to share their problems to you. That's something that's interesting that just came through. So, okay. And you're so scared of starting to show up for yourself more because once you do, you know it's real. Okay, so maybe there isn't an extremism of overworking. If it did, it resonated. There's probably a reason why I shared that. But it's like this keeps coming back to this idea, this story of like, I don't think I have what it takes. So I'm going to try to focus on everybody else's stuff instead. And then I'm going to get mad and blame the world and everything outside of me why I'm not getting the results I want. It's weird. You're deceiving yourself really bad, pile number 2. All right. Continuing forward, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel. We have not today, left on red, not in the mood, avoidance. We have pig, beware of greed. We have cat, a two-faced friend. And then we have comfort zone, a south node, and clinging. That was a very straightforward answer. And then we have 2 more pairings of tea leaves. We've got handshake, a meeting with a stranger could be important. And then we have skull, hidden secrets can harm you. Okay. I'm going to ask Tarot if it can give us more insight on these 2 pairings. So what about these 2 cards have to do with why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for pile number 2? Can you clarify these 2 cards? Okay, back of the deck here is Emperor. Ugh. And we have... Okay, let me see if these cards want to be upright or reverse. Let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So we have the 8 of Wands in reverse, returning from travel or holidays, restriction, bad timing, losing momentum. And then we have making a break for it, but it's sideways. So it didn't know if it wanted to be upright or reversed. The Seven of Swords. Both are solar plexus. Again, it's giving me that idea of the yellow card we have with your significator cards. Like there's something here about taking action, but action towards what? Like what actions are you taking that actually have to do with the life you're trying to create for yourself? And are you just taking action to take action at this point because you can't help it but have this horrible need to consistently show up? Okay. So this has to do with people too. It's like the situation here is like showing up too much emotionally and then not enough for yourself. And then or it's either showing up too much emotionally for others or you're not showing up for anybody and you're taking it all for yourself. Okay, that's the extremes. Okay, I think I'm understanding that better. So it wasn't like addictive tendencies. It could be, but it more so I feel like is related to people and having trouble saying no, having trouble like putting your foot down, listening to what your heart's deepest desires really are. And I feel like there may have been a moment that happened recently. I'm going to ask Source to clarify this, bird. Can you give me more insight on this back of the deck energy, please, Source? Can you give me more insight on this back of the deck energy, please, Source? Okay. We have Judgment card. Okay, so I feel like something may have happened recently for you guys where you're finally realizing like that things have to change, that you can't be doing things the way you've been doing it. And you know it's going to take like a lot of strength within you and courage and bravery to do it, but you're still going to show up because you know that this is the time to do it. There's change coming through, right? You wanted a lot of different things. Pile number 2. During this time, you've been desiring a lot of different things. And it's like the things that you want, it doesn't feel like this present conscious version of you wants all those things simultaneously, but all the past and older versions of you want those things too. So it kind of feels like your focus should be like on one, but it's like all over the place instead. And it gets to that point because it's like the moment you try to like make yourself agree to like commit to something and like show up just one at a time, I don't know if you're like sharing it with others or you keep it to yourself too much to the point where you start to come up with what ifs, but something happens inside you, pile number 2, that makes you doubt yourself really, really bad. And the self-sabotaging tendency, the way that this emotion, what it's still connected to, is this tendency to go focus on leaning on others instead, or go focus on being with others instead, or go focus on doing something else that can bring some good, feel-good feelings for a moment, even if you know it's harming you in the long run, because you're taking your time and energy away from showing up for yourself and continuing to show up. And what that does is that further continues to reinforce what this wounded inner child of yours thinks, and it's that you don't have what it takes. So it's like your guides know that you have what it takes. They know that you're in the middle of like developing a solid foundation within yourself, but it's taking a lot longer to get to it's taking much longer than they'd like to see, is what I'm hearing, because you're still afraid, and that's normal. Like I want to really validate that for you guys. But the thing is that because you're trying to move at such a slow pace, you're using that as an excuse for like your nervous system. You get overwhelmed easily. I'm hearing some of you guys that chose this pile, like you might say, oh, I have this, I have that, I deal with this, I deal with that, so I have to do things this way or else I'm gonna fail and I shut down or something like that. If that happens to you guys a lot, I'm seeing that that's actually being used as a coping mechanism to when you want to reinforce a self-sabotaging tendency, because in reality, and this is going to be the hard truth to hear, might be triggering for some of you guys, my loves, our brains are capable of much more than we realize. It's just each brain works differently to get to the same thing. And it's about figuring out how our own brain works and has its own little spunks and things like that that will give us the power and the secret weapon to show up to the best of our capabilities moving forward. But when we continue to reinforce, because in the healing culture, the healing realm, like it's normal to open up space for emotional healing, right? And when that happens, we have more recognition of the things that, you know, we need to heal and move through and work on. But what can also happen sometimes is we'll latch too hard onto this narrative while we're healing and make it our identity for a little bit. And I am a culprit to this. I am a victim to this. I was a victim to this. I used to say like, oh, my ADHD, I get too overwhelmed by this thing and I can't work in public environments. I need to have my own safe space or else I get triggered or overwhelmed or something and can't focus. But in reality, I'm just putting myself in that box and not letting my brain have a chance to learn that new neural pathway connection. It's not going to be uncomfortable. It's not going to be a comfortable experience at first, obviously, of course. And I kept trying to deny my ability to show up because I knew it was going to be uncomfortable. And that was a subconscious thing that I was doing. I had no clue. I just kept thinking, oh, I can't do it. But like, who am I to say what I can and cannot do if I didn't even give myself a chance to try? So there's this idea here of it hasn't been safe to feel because you weren't really giving yourself the time of day to feel it. You weren't really giving yourself permission to feel it. And also, people love to have you in their life, or there's something where people benefit from you in a certain way. I don't know if they've taken advantage of you, you've given them money. I don't know what this is. But there's a way that people have like gotten benefits with you in their life. And it's like, no one's going to point it out if it's helping them. You know what I mean? So that's really fascinating. But you recognize this. This is something that you want to heal. This is something that you do want to work on. It's just, it's here, you know, and this is what there's a reason why it came through. So let's keep looking. We're going to now take a look and see how this emotion still lives in you. So what is the archetype? What is it manifesting as? I'm just going to gather the tarot so I can reset the cards in case we're going to need it again. Oops, I just dropped some. Let me pick those up. All right. All right, so let me just move these cards out of the way. So, how it still lives in you. We have a couple of cards. We have no back of the deck energies though. So, for the first heart truth, you have step away. Distance will give you the needed perspective to see how this will or will not fit into your future. And secondly, unaligned. This path will be unfulfilling and starve your soul. You'll encounter unnecessary obstacles and challenges meant to redirect you. Okay. And then we're only looking at the shadow attributes for each archetype card, okay? So we have Don Juan, the shadow attribute, using the power of romantic attraction for private agendas. And then we have Clown, shadow attribute, using humor to wound rather than liberate, denial of your emotional truth. Okay. We're going to use the tarot. Source, can you give us more information on how this emotion still lives inside of pile number 2? It still live inside of pile number 2. Okay. Back of the deck here is the Sun card. And we have the Seven of Cups with the Ace of Pentacles upright. So dreams, lots of options, and then potential for abundance with Ace of Pentacles. And then we have the solar plexus to the crown. Lots of options, choices, multiple possibilities, opportunities, picking and choosing, decisions, procrastination, dreaming, fantasy, illusion, wishful thinking, imagination. Okay. Okay. How it still lives in you is with your tendency, pile number 2, to get distracted by like flings or like other people, things that help you not need to worry so much about your future. And you use it as a way to say like, I'm busy. That's what I'm hearing. Because this isn't something that actually like is stressful. It's something that helps keep your soul busy, really, genuinely. When in reality, though, it's the very thing that keeps you stalling and holding you back from being able to like fully move forward. Using humor to wound rather than to liberate, denial of your emotional truth. Well, a lot of people that I know that are like funny, that make a lot of jokes, they develop that as like a defense mechanism to not process their emotions, to stay like guarded. Um, there's this idea here of not wanting to admit to yourself how you really feel about the way you've been doing things, because you know that once you do, the shame that comes with this is going to be stronger. But you're not, it should actually charge you up even more to want to go do the things you got to do. Obviously, with Step Away, you are being asked that, but you are choosing to stay invested in these things. You are choosing to stay busy, quote unquote, with these things, even though you know this isn't really like what you want. Yeah, really. Let me know in the comment section down below, my loves, if you guys chose this pile, and feel free to share your story, because I'm so curious to see the different situations that everyone might be in with pile number 2. Very curious. As this is a kind of like complicated situation. It feels very like everyone that chose this pile has a very different, very distinctly different thing in comparison to one another. So regardless though, it still lives in you through your inability to be honest with yourself. It still lives inside you through your ability to keep choosing distractions and pleasurable moments rather than choosing the thing that gets you to your long-term end goal, where most of the pleasure can actually be. And it's because you see the journey is not an experience. It's hard, too hard, and you doubt too much. Yeah, it's really that. And you keep keeping yourself busy to not have to see it. Wow. Okay. I feel like this is something I would love to like look more deeply into in like a personal reading, because this situation just seems so complex and complicated. If you guys do, I am accepting personal readings right now, standalone readings. You can check that out in the description box below. But this is very complicated. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be seeing what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. Okay, my love. So the way that we're going to be doing that, I hate how my camera doesn't know how to focus. I've been having so much trouble. The way that we're going to be doing that is I have a practice that I'm going to share with you. I'm going to read it out loud once and bring it up to the camera for you to be able to pause the video, screenshot it, take notes, do what you got to do with the practice. Okay, this is a practice that you can do in your own time that will further allow and aid you in your ability to feel and process this emotion safely that you never got to fully feel yet. Okay, but these are the additional cards for this part. So before we look there, let's look at the back of the deck. So you got 3 back of the deck energies, with the first one being time, with the keyword revive. A true trigger statement: I cannot stand myself. True statement: I am aligned. Go within and allow everything that is not resonant to be purged so you can come from your heart, your seat of power. Oops. Revive. Come back to life. Yes. This was a dream you had, but you keep thinking you can't do it. We also have from back of the deck energy with number 13. It's revive. This is the death card, the number associated with major arcana, death. Asana, physical postures. So there's something here about movement. Movement practice allows you to be more honest with yourself, perhaps. And then we also have, from my Ask Your Guides deck, restriction with Joy Guides number 28. 2 and 8 add to 10. So this is about a completion. And then we have shame underneath it with divine healers. 3 and 5 add to 8. So there's like a never ending loop of shame. And you keep using the shame and what you've experienced throughout your past so far that had to do with shame and where shame came through, it got carried within you, as a form of reminder why you can't. And it stays in such a long loop in your mind. Let's keep going though. Okay, let me just get this out of the way for now.
Okay. So first up, we have invigorating with the keyword bliss. Trigger statement, why am I here? True statement, I make a difference. You will have the motivation you need to express your light. Know that what you do today makes the world a better place. We also have eucalyptus essential oil with the keyword reset. Trigger statement, I am sick. True statement, I am alive. It is time to embrace a new way of being, one filled with health and the freedom to create a new reality. And then lastly, we have spikenard with the keyword faith. Why does this always happen to me is the trigger statement. The true statement is I am at peace. Know that everything will work out as it needs to and hold a space of gratitude as you watch the miracles unfold. So there's another thing that's also coming through where like okay, I can also be understanding of why I think I was a little bit confused and getting so many different separate messages and ideas. Another situation that just came through in my mind though is that the emotion you never get to fully feel is because you have never fully let go of a certain person that you've been with or close to in your life for like a good chunk of time during a moment when escapism was a thing, but you guys both used to do it together, and now you're like waking up and realizing that that's not what you want to do anymore. The thing that this emotion needs now, if that resonates to be felt and processed safely, is one of the things is that it needs you to remember that this is really what you want to do. You're too afraid to do it because somebody is holding you back from moving forward, and you're letting them hold you back, and you're ashamed. You feel bad that you're like letting yourself be honest with yourself because you know that like it means like leaving something behind, when in reality like this was always going to happen. Pile number 2, this was inevitable because you weren't supposed to be at this point in your life forever. I'm going to keep going though, okay, guys? So for my, what is this called? I forgot what the oracle deck is called. Land Sky Oracle deck. We have Raga and Devesha with the number 29, attachment and aversion. And that was literally what I was talking about. Attachment and aversion in Raga and Devesha is from yogic philosophy. I'm going to get the booklet out. But that's kind of like what the ego's in charge of, Raga and Devesha, which is attachment and aversion. So the things that we latch onto and the things that we avoid, we avert away from. So let us go to that really quickly. So attachment and aversion, qualities, craving and disgust. This zigzag image symbolizes both Raga and Devesha as obstacles along the path. It contains the colors red, orange, and yellow. They represent the chakras, wheel of light, in the base of the spine, pelvis, and solar plexus, which I call the foundational triad of the chakra system because these are the 3 main chakras that are essential for healing, for growth, and to build a foundation within oneself sturdy and strong enough for us to keep like growing and like expanding and build the lives that we want for ourselves. The obstacles of attachment and aversion are the root of our suffering. When we aren't present, it is easy to crave experiences that haven't happened yet or live in fear that we will experience pain from the past. Connect to your breath right here, right now. Attachment is that which follows identification with pleasurable experiences. Aversion is that which follows identification with the painful experiences. Reflections. How often do you live in the moment? What stories do you cling to? Suffering comes from clinging. If you want to stop suffering, stop clinging. Affirmations. I notice my emotions as they come and go. Wow. Okay, so there's a lot of powerful things here because this is instantly giving us the idea of like when we get scared, we like clutch, we cling really tightly to the things that we're afraid are going to slip past our fingers. Because we think that we're never going to get it again. We're never going to have something similar. The experience is like a one in a lifetime thing, and we're going to screw it up for ourselves if we let it go. But it feels like you simultaneously don't want to be here just the same. So, and I find this so interesting because again, I literally feel like I gave 4 different situations that this can be related to in context for whoever chose this pile, in total now. And each one
has so much to do with this situation. Like it makes so much sense, regardless if it's the extreme workaholism, not working at all, using people to constantly like stay busy and not worry about your own problems. You're worrying about everyone else's trying to solve it, or the situation of like numbing escapism, but doing it with somebody else and having trouble leaving that person behind because they're not willing to do what you want to do. Does that make sense? So all those things really get applied here, and they really make a lot of sense for this situation. We're going to keep going though. So we have calcium for the first crystal that came through, and it is a calcium vanadium silicate, and its name is an acronym. Its vivid color is next level electric blue, and it is a go-to stone for those looking to channel messages from on high or explore the possibilities of supernatural communication. Expand your consciousness. Who needs it? Storytellers, healers, therapists, psychics. When to use it? When it's time to speak clearly and straight from the heart. When you want to get weird, ask Have Insight to make you a conduit for messages, mysterious and eternal. And then for the final, you guys got 2 blue crystals. You have aquamarine, Amazonite. And it is a brilliant blue-green mineral named after South America's famed river. The best Amazonite comes from Colorado. Anyone struggling with Mercury retrograde, who needs it? That's so funny. And when to use it? When your inner child wants a real talk with you. Inner child came out earlier. Ask yourself what little you really want. Ask yourself, what do you really want from life? Does it sound like what current you would want? Oh, okay, sorry. I got so confused with the way it said that. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in case like you guys want to do this in your own time. So when your inner child wants a real talk with you, ask yourself what little you really wants from life. Does it sound like what current you would want if you could just let yourself want it? Perfect. Now say it out loud for the whole universe to hear and go make it happen. Speak from your heart. When it's time to speak clearly and straight from the heart, speak from your heart. And then lastly, we have grace with Holy Spirit, 3 and 9, add to 12. We're going to read that really quick. Holy Spirit. Let's read that. Harmony, beauty, prosperity, elegance. The Holy Spirit is filling your life with grace and ease. You're aligning with your purpose, and your discipline and focus are paying off. Everything you touch seems to transform into prosperity and beauty. This is more than luck. It's the reflection of the Holy Spirit flowing through you. The more you surrender to this divine energy, the more you'll be gifted with synchronicity and flow. Trust your immediate impulses and act on them without hesitation. The Holy Spirit is helping you make the right choices at the right time. Your greatest challenge is to hold on to this joyous and natural healthy self-esteem and not allow others to throw you into self-doubt. Believe in your dreams, your spirit, and yourself. Pray for the strength to keep your focus clear and your heart open. The Holy Spirit's message, walk in grace, all is well. Okay. So there's a lot of different things here. And I love this because it's immediately giving us this idea that you have been wanting to start for a while now, but it's people around you that kind of get in your own head, or it's just your external environment, like your influence, your environmental influence around you. Like there's something here where there is influence in some way that leads to a persuasion of some kind within your mind. And it keeps you in a really bad cycle of some kind, pile number 2. This emotion, what it needs now from you to be felt and processed safely is for you to speak your truth. Okay? You're scared of what's going to happen once you finally start taking this path seriously. You're going to be absolutely fine. I know that you think you might not have what it takes to handle certain things, but it's just because of what you were taught. It's emotional memory. It doesn't mean that that's a fact. It's just what you've experienced in your past where people may have drilled nothings into your brain, sweet nothings into your brain, making you think that those were the truth, when in reality it never was. This whole part of you was meant to be released. This was going to happen whether you wanted it to or not, because it was going to be the final chapter. And I cut the deck randomly, Vesha, fear of death. They believe that fear of death is the biggest thing that holds us back from true enlightenment. And I like how it's the same exact picture, but just in black and white. Because it's when you can release the ego, it's what allows you to be able to release the fear of death, or embracing the fear of death is kind of like allowing you to embrace the unknown more. So there's this idea though of like taking the risk, like that's what you need to do, but you're so afraid because of everything else around you telling you that like it can't happen. Speaking your truth and telling yourself how you really feel is what's going to help. And letting yourself write these things down can really, really benefit, because I feel like this has been kind of in your mind for a long time. It has to be a form of like release, whether you're writing it down, speaking it out loud to somebody that like you can like just speak to without worry or fear of what would happen. But it can't be somebody that's from a past. It needs to be somebody that it can like, they are going to give you an unbiased view and they can hold space for it. Does that make sense? That's something that's coming through. All right. So, and the reason why I do say that is because, where did it go? I already lost it. Where did it go? Where did it go? I don't remember why I shared that about sharing it with somebody. Oh, Raga and Devesha. There's this idea here that a lot of the people around you in your life right now have to do with some form of attachment to something or an aversion to something, and you guys all share in that. It's like a trauma bond of some kind, and that's why they wouldn't be the best person to like talk about these things with. You need to have somebody that has a completely like separate experience than you in life in a way where they can like see it from an outsider perspective rather than just like jumping the gun, jumping to conclusions, and just being able to hold the space. With that could be a therapist, that could be a coach, that could be honestly maybe trying to talk to the ChatGPT AI or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, there's something here where you need to let something out. Pile number 2. And this is something that is going to be the first step that helps this emotion be felt and processed safely. Because to be honest, I think this emotion wants nothing more than to just come out and get started on something. But because you got a lot of fire in you, it just doesn't know how to like bullseye laser focus just yet, but it will once you let your truth out. And once you do that, I see this being able to get to take real effect for you. But it's really up to you on whether or not you're going to give yourself that permission. Yeah, that's really what I'm seeing here. And with that, I am seeing you got to stop worrying about what everyone else thinks. You got to completely let that go. Stop giving a damn and stop letting everyone else's opinions seem like fact to you, because they're on the same boat as you. None of us know what's in the unknown. And that's why it's scary. But most of the time when people share their own fears or assumptions or judgments on something that has nothing to do with them, it's because they are too afraid to do it themselves. So that's a really cool perspective to think about. Okay, my loves, remember that. With this, you did get one card that could be a practice that could aid you in being able to further process and feel this emotion safely, my love. So I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to bring it up to the camera. You can pause the video if you want to take this and write it down, jot it down, or screenshot it, okay? But I'm also going to read it out loud in case anybody that can't speak English, maybe YouTube can like transcribe what I'm saying to you guys in your language, okay? So the practice here is role models. And it says, perseverance is the continued effort to do something despite difficulties or failure. How would someone you admire deal with your problems? What would they say/do to keep themselves persisting? I like this. And I feel like that actually adds even more like energy to the concept of speaking to somebody about it too. Somebody that has more knowledge in this arena than everyone else around you, because these people that are around you, they don't have this knowledge, which I keep coming back to. Yeah, this is really interesting. You have so much love for these people, but it's just now it's time to focus on you in the right ways. You can't keep like hurting yourself for everybody. And that is a thing, an analogy that you can apply to all of the 4 situations. You can't keep hurting yourself for everybody, because the way that you're either doing too much or not doing anything or doing the wrong things, it's all because you're looking at it like from I have to do it this way. I have to get it done this way or else ... or blank, because then these people are that whatever. Like, do you get what I'm saying? And that's the wrong way to do this. So you need to start being more honest with yourself, because you know how you really feel. It's just you keep keeping it in. Because there's something that really wants to be released with this asana back of the deck. Okay, my loves. Now to finish up your reading, we're going to do a final messages from source, your higher self, and everything and anything else that wanted to come through. You guys actually ended up receiving 2 animal medicine cards, and you also ended up receiving a back of the deck spirit animal. So there's a couple different animal themed back of the final messages that I felt called to use for today's reading. And you guys did end up getting those cards. So let's go see what they have to say. So you got 2 animal medicine cards. And you ended up getting the same animal medicine card that pile number 1 received. So some of you guys that chose this pile may have also felt called to pile number 1. And if that is the case, you know, maybe there is another, like maybe some of what I said resonated and some of what I didn't resonate, and pile number 1 might have the other half. Does that make sense? So, you know, if that's something that resonates, you know, listen to it. If not, completely ignore what I shared. But for the first message, you got the octopus spirit, and it says practice shape-shifting by altering your physical appearance and mannerisms. So there's something here about having to take action, even though you know that like not everyone's going to come with you, or that this way of doing things is going to be different than what everyone else has seen. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. Their assumptions are their assumptions that are being projections of their own emotional memories and experiences. So nothing that anyone has to say is fact. And it's because this is a good time of good fortune and abundance. So be willing to receive all good things in your life. There is good things coming your way. I want to make that very clear, pile number 2. It's just that, are you going to let yourself experience them? Are you going to give yourself permission to go at them, or experience them just by slowing down? It's either speeding up or slowing down, but the way that you show up matters, because karma plays a big role in this, because you've been doing something a certain way for far too long, and your guides are just like, it's now or never, man. For the first card, for the animal medicine, you receive snake with number 6. So let us see what the snake is about. And I like how there's eggs that they're holding. I find that interesting. So we're going to read the excerpt for snake for you. All right, so the key word with snake is transmutation. Snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I'll learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Snake medicine people are very rare. Their initiation involves experiencing and living through multiple snake bites, which allows them to transmute all poisons, be they mental, physical, spiritual, or emotional. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation, for it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and ascension. The transmutation of the life, death, rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of snake skin. It is the energy of wholeness, cosmic consciousness, and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. It is the knowledge that all things are equal in creation, and that those things which might be experienced as poison can be eaten, ingested, integrated, and transmuted if one has the proper state of mind. Thoth, the Atlantean who later returned as Hermes and was the father of alchemy, used the symbology of 2 snakes intertwining around a sword to represent healing. Complete understanding and acceptance of the male and female within each organism creates a melding of the 2 into one, thereby producing divine energy. This medicine teaches you on a personal level that you are a universal being. Through accepting all aspects of your life, you can bring about the transmutation of the fire medicine. This fire energy, when functioning on the material plane, creates passion, desire, procreation, and physical vitality. And that's the solar plexus chakra, by the way. On the emotional plane, it becomes ambition, creation, resolution, and dreams. On the mental plane, it becomes intellect, power, charisma, and leadership. When the snake energy reaches the spiritual plane, it becomes wisdom, understanding, wholeness, and connection to the Great Spirit. If you have chosen this symbol, there is a need within you to transmute some thought, action, or desire so that wholeness may be achieved. This is heavy magic, but remember, magic is no more than a change in consciousness. Become the magician or the enchantress. Transmute the energy and accept the power of the fire. Ah, this is so so like empowering energy. Like you are ready is basically what's coming through. Like if you needed a sign to go do that damn thing, listen, here it is. For mouse, number 20, this was pile number 1's animal medicine. The key word here is scrutiny. Okay. Mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat even if it matches in color. They will try to convince you that the simplest task is fraught with difficulty. They are fixated on mythology. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. They may seem like they are hoarding, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chiefs tell us that without Mouse, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there is always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is Mouse, you may be fearful of life but very well organized with a compartment for everything. You should try to see a larger picture than the one staring you in the face. Develop a largest of spirit. Try to become aware of the great dance of life. Realize that even though you may be sitting in Los Angeles, there is also a New York, a moon, a solar system, a galaxy, and an infinite universe. Jump high, little friend. You will glimpse the sacred mountain. If Mouse is in your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize. Look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat is in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, a lawyer, or even a plumber, is not doing the job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and to take action accordingly. Okay, so I feel like you need to be more blunt with yourself on whether or not the area in life you're in has the potential to help you with the transmutational energy, the energy of being able to shed your skin now. And if that isn't the case, you gotta clean out the skeletons in the closet, basically, pile number 2. Because practice shape-shifting by altering your physical appearance and mannerisms. You can start right now and break these mental chains. But it's really entirely up to you on whether or not you're going to heed the call. And this was the reading for you guys, okay, in reference to the emotion you never got to fully feel. So with that being said, my loves, I really hope that this reading resonated. I hope that it gave you everything you needed and more. I know it was kind of confusing. I appreciate everyone that's here for the readings, though, regardless, because I feel like this one was pretty complicated. This one was a challenge in terms of there was literally 4 different situations that were coming through, you know, so I really appreciate those that like my ADHD brain and the way that it kind of bounces back and forth to a lot of different things. Let me know in the comments down below how you felt, if this reading did resonate, if you could give this reading a thumbs up, or any little form of interaction and engagement. It really helps show the algorithm like, hey, these readings are good, and we should help start helping others find these readings as well in case this reading is meant for them. You know, if you're not subscribed yet, I would love it if you could hit that subscribe button if you feel called to join a community of like-minded individuals that are here to heal, grow, and become the most healed versions of themselves they could possibly embody, as I really do believe it's only healed people that help heal this world. And I am trying to build a community on this channel of people that want to do just that and be part of the ripple effect in time. But the only way to do that is to keep pushing my videos out, okay? So if you want to be part of that mission, do what you can to try to get this video out there in every little form and way that you can. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. I'm so grateful for you guys. I'm grateful for you guys to let me hold space to be messy every once in a while on this channel. I know that sometimes I'm not able to fully show up. And it's been hard where I'm at in this transitional time in my life. We're moving again, selling the house, going somewhere else, and life is beginning anew for me in a way, as so it feels like. So, you know, I appreciate you guys letting me be able to show up in the energy state that I'm at whenever I'm doing these readings. And with that being said, don't forget, my loves, if you are interested in wanting to get to know more about me, you know, offerings, the services that I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. Readings isn't all that I do, but it is part of the work that I do. So that's something that you would love to learn more about. You can check that stuff out in the description box below, my loves, okay? But with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love, and hopefully I will see you in my other readings to come. Bye.
Hello, 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 my beautiful, beautiful pile number threes. Welcome to the pile preparation portion for your reading today, where we are going to just be gathering and getting all the cards ready and prepared in advance to dive into your reading, okay? We're just going to be shuffling out and getting the oracle cards, the oracle decks prepared in advance. We are going to be using a tarot deck on the side for additional clarifiers within the reading itself, so we're going to be doing that throughout the reading whenever I feel called to. But for now, this portion of the preparation phase is going to be all about getting everything ready so we can just dive right in, okay, to your reading. So these are going to be the decks that we're going to be using for the first section of this topic, where we're going to be looking at two different questions. First one being, or not questions, but topics, details to get more information on the emotion you never got to fully feel. And the first thing we're going to look at is the emotion you had to hold in. So we're going to try to identify what that is. And then secondly, what this emotion is connected to, okay? So these oracle cards and decks are going to be the decks we're going to use to explore those two questions within this first section, okay? So let's get started. I really feel, okay, we're just going to do it this way. So what is the emotion that pile number three had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? What is the emotion pile number three had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? Okay, back of the deck does want to come through here with this, and it is anchor at the bottom of the deck with the number 335. So 3 and 5 has to do, we'll add them together is 8. Okay. What is the emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? What is the emotion that pile number 3 had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? Regardless of when this reading finds them, what is the emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? Okay, so no cards wanted to come out of this deck, but back of the deck does want to come through. And we have the Manipura solar plexus chakra with balance being the key word here. I unite strength and humility within me and choose to live in balance. Okay. Let's keep going. What is the emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? Regardless of when this reading finds them, as it will find them exactly when it is meant to. What is the emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in, and what is this emotion connected to? What is this emotion connected to for pile number 3? What is this emotion connected to? Okay, so we have no cards coming out of this deck as well as the last one. So back of the deck does want to come through, and we have the Enchanter with deception, comma, trickery. Okay, back of the deck energy is definitely being a little bit more intriguing, interesting. Okay. And that's why, I don't know if you heard me kind of like hesitating for a second at the beginning of this when I was about to start. It's because I felt called, and then I said, never mind, I'm just going to do it this way. I felt like Source was trying to tell me, like, look, Bridget, like, you got to use the tarot a lot more for this deck, this pile, for pile number 3, the tarot. And I was like, okay, like, you know what? Let's just do it how I've been doing it for the other piles. But maybe that's why you only got one card coming out. So we'll see. Maybe I'm jumping in the gun. I don't know. But what is the emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in? And what is this emotion connected to? What is this emotion connected to for pile number 3 in reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel? What is this emotion connected to for pile number 3, regardless of when this reading has found them? What is this emotion connected to for pile number 3? Okay, nothing. Again, back of the deck does. We have mature woman with the number 6. you are much wiser, like beyond your years than you realize. And when I say beyond your years, I kind of stalled a little bit because I feel like a lot of you guys that chose this pile aren't like in your 60s. Some of you guys could be beyond 60s, but I it's like there's so much power in your energy, pile number 3. I can't stop channeling it, but it gets lost in translation sometimes for some reason, and that's what I'm curious to see what that's about. But okay, let's do the last deck shuffle. So what is this emotion connected to for pile number 3? The emotion that they never got to fully feel, regardless of when this reading finds them. What is this emotion connected to for pile number 3? Okay, nothing else. We did get one rune card. All right, so we got these 2 cards set up. You guys get a lot of back the deck energy. Very curious to see what this reading is going to take us. But we are now going to move into the second section where we're going to be looking at why it hasn't been safe to feel this emotion and how this emotion still lives inside you, how it still manifests, how it still shows up. So for the first part, we're going to be using these decks of cards to gather information on why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel. So why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel? Okay. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Okay, I think we have 2 cards. Yeah, there's a card that fell, and I just realized this card is face up, landing directly across your significator card. I see that as a sign that this card is linked to your significator card, so we're going to use it to explore the significator card more deeply at the beginning of the reading. Okay, so let's keep going. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading finds them, why has this emotion not been safe to feel? Okay, we got 1 deck shuffled. Let's keep going. Maybe these 2 are meant for each other. Okay. Why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading finds them, it will find them exactly when it is meant to. In reference to the emotion they never got to fully feel, why has this emotion not been safe to feel for pile number 3? Why has this emotion not been safe? Okay. All right, so we have all these upright, and then these are face down. So these all go together, and those go together here. All right. So we got the cards set up for this first part of the second section. Now we are going to get the oracle deck for the second question in the second section, where how this emotion still lives in you. So how does this emotion still live inside of pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading finds them, how does this emotion still live or show up inside of pile number 3? How does this emotion still live or show up inside of pile number 3? All right. Let's keep going. How does this emotion still live or show up inside of pile number 3? How does this emotion still live or show up inside of pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading has found them, how does this emotion live or show up inside of pile number 3? One more shuffle. How does this emotion still live or show up inside of pile number 3? Okay, we got 3 archetypes, and for this, I forgot to mention, we are only looking at the shadow archetype, okay? The shadow archetypes of each of these, the shadow attributes of each of these cards. So we got the cards for that part of your reading. Now we're gonna move into the third section. We're gonna be looking at what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely. So we got all the decks out here for that. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely for pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading has found them, they will find them when it is meant to find them. What is this emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel need now to be felt and processed safely? What is this emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel need now in order to be felt and processed safely? Okay. We got 2 cards here. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely? Okay, pile number 3. What is this emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel need now to feel safe and be processed safely? One more shuffle. What does this emotion need now to be safe, to be felt and processed safely for pile number 3? One more shuffle. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 3? Okay, nothing else. What is this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 3? In reference to the emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel, what is this emotion that they never got to fully feel need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 3? All right, back of the deck, it does want to come through with this deck, and it is purpose with the number 3 and 8, adding to 11, master teacher, with imagination, inner child, 7. I love this. It's really beautiful, powerful energy for back of the deck. Okay, now for some crystals. What is this emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 3? Regardless of when this reading has found them, what is this emotion that pile number 3 never got to fully feel need now by pile number 3 to be felt and processed safely? Okay, allow the card to fall out if it's meant for them. One more shuffle. What does this emotion need now to be felt and processed safely by pile number 3? Okay, so we got 1 crystal. Beautiful. We got all the cards here for this portion, and we are also going to shuffle these 2 decks. These are going to have like little exercises, prompts, things that can help you on your journey. Really depends if you guys get any cards for coming out of any of these, either of these decks. But what I will do is I will share them out loud with you within the reading, and they will help contribute and aid you in the process of holding space for this emotion once and for all, for good. Okay, we'll help you in your process in terms of how to help it be felt and processed safely. So are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? If there are, allow the cards to come out now, please. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with, allow the card to come out. Let's shuffle a little bit more, one more time. Sorry, the card's a little bit crazy. If there are any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with, please allow the cards to fall out now. Okay, we're good here. Wait, you got one? Oh, you got two. Sorry, there was one under my chair. Let me grab it. Ugh. Beautiful. Let's see this deck. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away from this reading with? If there are, please allow the cards to fall out or fly out of the deck. Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to walk away with? Please allow the cards to fall out of the deck. One more shuffle. If there's any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3, please allow the cards to come out of the deck. Okay, nothing. So you got two cards, beautiful. And now we are going to shuffle these 2 final decks to get your final messages from Source, Spirit, your higher self, and everything else that wants to come through. And today in particular, we're going to be using or channeling animal medicine that wants to come through for you, or a spirit animal that wants to come through. So is there any cards in this deck to aid in the final messages meant for pile number 3? Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to end their reading with? Are there any cards in this deck meant for pile number 3 to end their reading with? Yes. Okay, we got 3. It's where I felt called to get these out. And then, is there an animal medicine card meant for pile number 3? And if there is, please allow the card to come out through my shuffling. One more shuffle. Okay, I lied. One more. I'll call this shuffle one more time. And look, we got 2. Dang. All right, cool. You guys got a lot of final messages, so very excited. Maybe a couple of you guys chose pile number 3. Let me know in the comments down below if you're listening to the pile preparation and you made it this far. Come on, teamwork, let's go. Hey. All right, my loves. So we have made it to officially commence your reading. I'm so sorry if that was loud. It always scares me when I drop them on the table. I haven't had a chance to have like my tablecloth. If you've been subscribed to me for a while and you noticed that I had a tablecloth and then it just disappeared, it's because we're moving. And I was just too lazy. Like, it's like, what's the point of trying to make it all perfect if I'm gonna move shit out anyways? So that's why. But I do plan on having it again eventually once I moved. So with that being said, my loves, I will meet you at the reading portion of this and see you soon. Hello, my beautiful, beautiful pile number 3s. If this is the card that aided you in selecting this pile, the Healing Takes Time card, where it says progress is not always linear, trust that even setbacks are part of the process, then you already know that this reading is 100% for you. In reference to the emotion or the feeling that you never got to fully feel. With the significator card, when I was doing the preparation the pile preparation portion for your reading today, it was raw, organic, fully unedited. If you want to check it out, it's the section right before this one and the timestamps. This card happened to land directly on top of your significator card, and for some reason I felt called to pair it with your significator card's energy today. And it says reunion and soul ties. So some interesting energy here, right off the bat, obviously. I would be addendum to say to not mention or include the possibility of this situation having to do with a person in your life from the past. If not, completely dismiss that energy. But the idea that's coming to me is like nostalgic, past, things of the past, and just sometimes when we're trying to figure out who's meant to be in our life, you don't know if they're going to be there for a season, a reason, or a lifetime, and you have to go through it to find out. And that energy, that theme is what I'm really resonating with when I look at these two cards together. So that's just something to share, or that's coming off the top of my head. But we're going to place these cards to the side to dive right into your reading, my loves, okay? For the first section, we're going to be looking at 2 questions, and we're also going to be using tarot on the side for additional clarity if I feel called to use it. But the first section is where we're going to be looking at the emotion. We're going to define specifically what this emotion is that you've had to hold in all this time, the one that you never got to fully feel, and then what this emotion is connected to, okay? So for back of the deck energies for this first section, we have anchor with the number 35, 3 and 5 adding to 8. We're going to look up the meanings of my Malefic Lenormand cards, by the way. I have the booklet up here. So we have anchor first, and then we have the Manipura solar plexus chakra with a keyword balance. I unite strength and humility within me and choose to live in balance. Solar plexus. So action taking, but either too much of it or not enough of it. So there's a lack of embracing change right now, which is understandable. And then we also have, this card just fell out, so we're going to take it with it, mature woman and journey. So journey was kind of peeking out. Okay, mature woman and journey. And then the final back of the deck. You guys had a lot of back of the deck energies come through. We have the enchanter with deception, trickery, which I find very fascinating. Okay, so before we look at these 2 cards here, let us take a look at what the anchor's about. So for 35, anchor, point of balance, stability, hope, safety, security, weight, heavy burden, getting stuck, no progress. Okay. Now I want to look at what, I didn't think I was going to do this, but you know what? Now that I read that, I feel called to look up what the enchanter's about too. So, okay, it's page 70, progress being made. There's something that's never ending here of a cycle that isn't that good for you, my love. And then 10 plus 6 equals 16. And then 6 plus 1 equals 7 again. So it's something that you've been in the middle of for a while now. But this is something that is shifting. Something shifted drastically within the situation in reference to the emotion you never got to fully feel. And I think it's because now you're finally giving yourself permission to feel it because you know that you've grown. Yeah, you know that you've grown. You're ready to move forward. Okay, so let's see though. So for the enchanter, page 70. All right. So a flash of flame, whirls of green smoke, and a flock of doves that appears from nowhere. The audience applauds, the enchanter takes a bow. They know how to entrance and entertain. And with a century of arcane learning behind them, they never put a foot wrong. But is it truly magic or is it all smoke and mirrors? You may be in a situation where you've been forced to deceive another, and whether it was intentional or not, you run the risk of being caught out in your lie. You could back away hoping that it will be forgotten about or resolve itself in time, but you run the danger of it spiraling out of control. Or you can own up and take responsibility for your own actions. The decision is yours. The enchanter reversed addresses the repairing of relationships after deception comes to light. You or someone you know may have had the truth of their deceit revealed. Losing them the trust of others now is a chance to work together. Okay, so for some reason, with the card meaning, it's talking about calling you out, really. But energetically, though, I feel like this is something that has happened to you. Or you were just very confused. You were in a situationship with somebody, perhaps. And this could be a friendship, this could be a family member, like something where both people in the situation weren't exactly aligned frequency wise. And what I mean by that, like, okay, let me give you an example of this, like a personal example, because I don't know how exactly to explain what I'm picking up on. So the idea that's coming to my head is like, you know, when like you're really close with somebody, let's say it's a friend, it's a really close friend, and you guys develop that beautiful bond. But then somewhere along the way, life takes you guys down both two separate, different paths, and you have hopes that those paths aren't going to lead you guys to grow apart. Because let's say one person's path or your path, let's say this is a situation, I'm pretending it's you. Your path involves some heavy shit. Their path also involves some heavy shit, but the way that you interpret, digest, move forward, or act or react regarding the path you're on, you handle it differently. You handle it in a way where you take the lessons and you turn those into wise, humbling experiences for yourself that you can carry onwards. And now you have lessons to live by, and you move forward knowing the things that you shouldn't do and you should or should not do, things like that. But then the other person goes down that shitty path and they don't do anything. They get stuck in it. They're lost in the sauce, basically. And you want to help them, like you care about them. You guys don't want to grow apart. But no matter how much you try, that person, they're not taking the hint. It's not clicking because it's not their time yet. Everyone grows at their own pace in life. And we should never try to rush someone's healing. It's not fair of us, or take away someone's lessons. Sometimes they need to go through some heavy shit to wake up sooner. And let's say you're trying to push them to grow and they're not ready, they're feeling pressured, that's not working for them, it's not clicking. Eventually that cycle can get so unhealthy because it's holding the other person back. It can develop a sense of codependency amongst each other, and a fear of rejection, fear of abandonment, all these things that the other person's, like, you might be holding yourself back in life just because you don't want to see the other person suffer. And the other person is holding on to you for dear life because they're trying to use everything they've got around them to support them, make them feel safe, and kind of stay in some weird sense of stagnancy. So it creates a really bad disconnect, and it creates a disadvantage amongst the both of you. And it's not benefiting anybody. It's actually creating a really bad cycle of suffering, internalized suffering. That's a good example of what I'm trying to say. Like, that can apply to a family member, that can apply to a friendship, this can apply to a relationship, a love situation thing. But then the difference is that you're waking up. You're finally realizing what you've been doing to yourself, but maybe it's hurting you, but also the other person in the picture. Because you're realizing what you have to do now. Like, there can't be this intense energy. It's too unhealthy. It's too obsessive in a way. You're too obsessed with the other person's growth. And when they're not obsessed with it enough to like do it on their own, and it's not fair to you, nor is it fair to them. So you take a step back, you choose yourself more, and that's hard, but it hurts both people. But it's also like, this is what I need for now. That's the energy I'm channeling. In reference to the emotion that you never got to fully feel, perhaps this has a lot to do with being honest with yourself. Perhaps this has a lot to do with how long this has been going on, and you putting you first is just a hard thing in general. But let's take a look at what the cards have to say. So we have the Isa rune, and it says a challenge or frustration, psychological blocks to thought or activity, including grievances. Exactly. And then the other card here is fish. Oh, it was in reverse. With the number 34. 3 and 4 adding to 7. So we have 777 here. The number may be of significance to you. I highly recommend that you look up that number regarding everything I said. If it did resonate with you, my beautiful pile number 3, that might be like a little side angel message note of guidance for you to aid you on what we were just discussing. So let's take a look and see what 34 is about. So 34, fish, wealth, abundance, prosperity, business, money affairs, but it was in reverse. What I do find interesting, though, is it is landing on page 14. 14 is the major arcana temperance card in tarot. And that card is about alchemizing things. And in a way, it's kind of like balance because it's integrating two experiences in a way and making something new with it. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. It's just realizing how bad and how long this has been going on is really, it hurts, it stings. Yeah, okay, so let's add more insight into here just so we can, I just want to get confirmation on what I've been sensing and talking to you about is making sense so far. So, Source, can you please come here and show up for pile number 3 in this moment to give us more clarity on this emotion that pile number 3 has had to hold in all this time, the emotion that they never got to fully feel, regardless of when this reading finds them. Okay, back of the deck here is the Star. So the universe shows me that I can have faith in my dreams, hope, inspiration, creativity, calm, contentment. This is Aquarius energy with, I believe, Uranus, or is that Neptune? I'm having a brain fart moment, guys. Let me take a look if I can find, hold on, I'm trying to see. Okay, no, this is Uranus. Okay, change. This is ruled by, is this the crown chakra. And then we have Justice sideways, and we have the Four of Wands upright. So I'm going to kind of do something like this. So Justice sideways, I get what I want is the affirmation on the side. We're going to look at this from a reversed and upright position because it doesn't know how to get there just yet. But it's ruled by the heart chakra. We have Libra here with Mercury. Karmic justice, consequences, honesty, integrity, cause and effect, life lessons, karmic retribution, dishonesty, lack of accountability, unfairness, karmic avoidance. So there's definitely some form of karma here. And with soul ties, that is giving us more confirmation. With the Four of Wands, this is being ruled by the throat chakra. The term here is community. Mercury again with Aries. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. What's underneath the star here? We have the Three of Cups and the Knight of Swords. So this definitely has to do with a person wanting to believe that they will grow and do their own thing. Like you have love for this person. Happy families, reunion, coming home, celebrations, surprises, parties. This is interesting because in a way, this could also be that you've had to go through what I said and you guys are finally coming back together. But it's hard. It's kind of still like in the air because you don't know how you feel about it fully. It's a little sus, S-U-S. Like it's suspicious because this can either be you finally choosing yourself to put your attention into your foundation and your own, building blocks, like setting a foundation to have your own building blocks to build upon, grow upon. Ooh, sorry, I yawned out of nowhere. And like putting you first is hard, but you know that this is what you have to do, but you're still kind of unsure about it. Like it feels like the thought's there. Or this is about you deciding if you want to reunite with somebody and you're not really sure how you feel about it yet. You haven't really given yourself the time of day, and now there's a lot of like processing, there's a lot of self-reflecting energy going on. I am filming this right before Mercury retrograde's about to begin, which I hate because I'm a Mercury in Cancer and it's Mercury in Cancer retrograde. How great is that? How fabulous is that? I'm joking. I honestly am so sick of it, but it's fine. But that would have made sense, energetically, even if this is a timeless reading and you're going to be watching this probably after Mercury just got out of retrograde. Regardless, the energy could still be here. And even if it's a timeless reading, like you watch this years from now in freaking December something, the energy stands, and I don't believe in mistakes. There's a reason why everything unravels the way it does, right? So let's now look at what this emotion is still connected to. But I think we already have an idea, but maybe this will help give us even more insight on it too. We got a lot of tea leaf energies here, and we have two separate piles of cards. So we got more tea leaves here. These go together, these go together. So let's look at this first. First off, we have long road. Delays, trials, and tribulations taking the long way. And then we have a key player, important person, playing an essential role, irreplaceable. And then we have woman, dealings or relationship with a woman. This could also just be very feminine energy. A person who has a lot of feminine energy in their chart. Dog, close up, pleasure with a close friend. And then January. So the month of January is coming through. That could mean that they are either a Capricorn, an Aquarius, or this could be happening during during the start of a new year, or this could be something that lasted till last year. You know, there's a lot of different ways that we can read this energy. So I want you to apply it into your situation as you see fit that resonates the most for you. And then the other cards say clouds, temporary problems. I'm going to place these here. Oops. Boot. Let me see what it says. Boot, increase your efforts if you want to achieve your goals. Lion, time to act. Interesting. Cat, a two-faced friend and handshake. A meeting with a stranger could be important. Okay, so you guys are doing some heavy reflecting right now. You're just thinking about life. You're thinking about a situation that may have unraveled, and now it's coming back up for you to like sit with and process and grieve, reflect on, and what it's connected to. There's a couple of different situations that I see here. I feel like you guys can kind of see it too. You know, let's use our own intuitions here, my loves. I'm always encouraging you guys to embody more self-trust on this channel. Don't ever rely on a reader to tell you what's been going on in your life, okay? So use this as an opportunity to kind of connect the pieces on your own too. But I'm going to keep going. So what I do see here in terms of a situation, this definitely could be like a person coming back into your life and it triggers some feeling that you never had a chance to fully like process that, you know, it's coming up. And it's because of how much energy they took away from you, how much time, effort, all this, just everything that they took from you. And it's not like they tried to, it's just that that was like a karmic experience you guys were meant to have together, you know, and now you're looking back at it. Another thing that I'm also seeing here, if it resonates, my loves, is having to choose yourself over another a person, a group, something, another person outside of you that just was confusing the F out of you. It didn't make sense. Sometimes they'd say things, but then their actions wouldn't line up with what they'd say. And it bothered you enough to the point where maybe like you talked about it with someone and it encouraged you to go take time for yourself instead. And now those feelings are coming back up. There's a lot of, the feelings that you never got to feel about it and you're finally choosing to put you first. Like there's so many different ways that we can interpret this. I need you to plug in the situation as your own situation here as you see fit, like Mad Libs, okay? My loves. But honestly, it's interesting because there's so many different ways that we can tackle this, look at it. I feel called to cut the deck. Okay, so we have the Tailor, attention to detail and pride. And then I also want to cut the deck again, and it says the Poet, relationships and vulnerability. Yeah, there's so many different ways to see it because again, it just gives me the insight, the idea, like cutting this string is like just kind of reminding me of like someone cutting ties with somebody, you know, cutting the cords with somebody, choosing themselves because they knew that that was the right thing to do. But in a way, they know how much it impacted the other person. And that could also be something that you might be feeling now. There's so many different ways to apply this situation, guys. So I want you to use your own intuition and judgment for this part of your reading, my love. Okay, so now we're going to be moving into why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for yourself, okay, loves? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these cards to the side. I'm still going to be able to see everything that we looked at. It's just you that won't be able to from the frame of the camera. All right, because we need space on this table for the rest of this reading, okay, loves? We're going to clear up the tarot in case we need more tarot clarifiers later. So let's just reshuffle this deck. Okay. All right. So now we're in the second section of your reading, my loves, where we're going to be looking at why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for yourself, my love, and then how this emotion is still living in you. Or how it still lives in you. I'm gonna take a sip of water because I don't know why I keep yawning, guys. I'm not even tired. Okay. Maybe I'm forgetting to breathe in the middle of my talking. My brain's like, take a breath. Did you know? Fun fact. If you don't breathe like a lot when you talk, your brain forces you to yawn so you can get a breath. I didn't know that until recently. Okay. Nope, I'm still yawning. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel? Trying to see and make sure. Am I missing anything? No, I think. Sorry, I'm having like a little bit of a brain fart because I think I was using these two decks for. You know what we're gonna do? Okay, so we're gonna use the tarot for how it still lives inside you, this emotion, and why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel is here, okay? So first up, we have risk versus reward. The risks outweigh the potential rewards. Be realistic while weighing the pros and cons. And then we also have naive. You're seeing things the way you want them to be, not the way they actually are. Face the truth with eyes wide open. Yeah. And then for the archetype cards you guys receive, we're just looking at the shadow attributes here. We have judge, offering only destructive criticism, misusing business, legal, or criminal authority. Child divine, an inability to defend oneself against negative forces. And then we have hero, heroine, escapism, and a false sense of heroism. That's intense energy. This just sounds like somebody who needed to get out of some, like, again, there's so many different ways to look at this reading, my love, so I need you to apply it as you see fit. But depending on your situation, I'm going to explain the different ways I'm seeing this. First off, I'm seeing this in a way where this emotion hasn't been safe to feel for you. Because once you realized what was really happening, it was survival mode for you in a way. Like you just wanted to cut ties immediately. Because you were using up so much of your energy, you were giving it away for so long, you knew it wasn't healthy. Or this person was depending on you in such an unhealthy way where you were realizing like the damage that was really being done if you continued to stay in this connection. There were so many different ways to interpret this. Another thing is like you constantly wanting to have hope, the martyrdom like energy here. Some of you guys might have like Pisces in your chart. You might have a lot of 12th house, 8th house energy of Scorpio. There's this idea here of like consistently being of service. There could also be Virgo energy, consistently being of service to others in a way where you're not really thinking of yourself. Maybe Libra energy here too, to the point where it would wound you. You were not thinking about filling up your cup before you would go out and fill others, and especially with this person, because you saw how much they were suffering that you just wanted to show up. But in a way, what's interesting here is in this situation, you didn't feel like you were worthy to be in any other thing, if that makes sense. Like, you weren't even thinking of it that way. It was just so, like, rose-tinted glasses energy in the situation itself that, like, the reason why this emotion hasn't been safe to feel or wasn't safe to feel is because there was never an opportunity to let a different thought process come through until, it was happening, or you didn't really have a choice. The cycle was like disconnect, come back, disconnect, come back. That's what I keep picturing in my head. So now let's see how this emotion still lives in you. So how does this emotion still live inside of pile number 3? Okay, allow the card to come out if it's meant to. Okay. How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 3? How does this emotion still live inside of pile number 3? Okay, so we got a couple of cards. Back of the deck here is the Devil. Okay. With the root chakra, Saturn, and Capricorn. And it says addiction, depression, mental health issues, secrecy, obsession, cheating, dependency, bondage, materialism, powerlessness, hopelessness, a bust, I can't say that word, violence, and ASSAULT. All right, so got a couple of cards here, and I actually want to keep the temperance sideways on risk versus reward, because I feel like temperance is the energy sideways where it's upright and reversed. It doesn't know which way it wants to be just yet, because solar plexus, right? And it's reminding me of the solar plexus card that you got earlier with balance. And that's literally what temperance is kind of all about. It's trying to create more balance in your life. This is ruled by Jupiter and Sag. So it says, I know my extremes. Now I seek peace. We have balance, peace, patience, moderation, inner calm, perspective, harmonious relationships, soulmates, serenity. But then the reverse is imbalance, self-indulgence, excess, clashing, lack of perspective, discord, antagonism, and recklessness. So it's like, again, it makes sense why the Manipura chakra would come out, because, and risk versus reward and naive, because this emotion, one way it still lives inside you, pile number 3, is it's still transforming. It's still transcending in a way, like it's still trying to become something else right now. You're in the middle of the process. You're still healing. This is something that's been ongoing for quite a while, pile number 3. And I would not be surprised, my loves, and I hope this doesn't come off in a negative way. And we have Chiron here with Virgo. Like, I would not be surprised myself, my love, if you told me that you're in it right now. Like you're in one of those reunion cycles right now. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These two came facing the other way, so I think they were pairs. So we had the 7 of Swords upright, making a break for it with solar plexus and heart chakra. Here is 6 of Pentacles, Moon in Taurus, gifts, generosity, charity / giving, deceit, lies, trickery, cheating, theft, enemy masquerading as a friend, lack of conscience, strategy, resourceful, power, authority, control, investors, kindness, sharing, support, assistance, charity, donations. Okay, there's so much different energy here. But to say this, like, I don't know why I'm remembering. I believe you had like a heart chakra related card at the beginning of your reading. And I feel like it's related to this one. So I would love for you guys, if you're taking notes. Oh, sorry, my yawns, guys. If you're taking notes, or if you took any notes and you remember the card that had to do with the heart chakra in the beginning part of your reading, I feel like this card's connected to it. I don't know what card it was. I don't remember, my loves, but just felt like I felt called to share that with you guys if it does resonate. But okay, so what I'm seeing here, first off, it still lives in you with a tendency, and now I think I'm understanding this. This is an unhealthy pattern, okay? Like, it is self-sabotaging behavior coming from you and the other person involved, or people involved. You keep coming back because you can't help yourself. If this resonates, okay, it will not resonate with everybody, because I noticed we have like 3, 4 different ideas that came through when I was channeling earlier. But the first thing I'm seeing is that you cannot help yourself, okay? One way that still lives inside you is a tendency to keep coming back into this person's life because you miss them, because you have hope, because you want to believe that, you know, this is what you need, this is what they need to help you guys out in some way, shape, or form. But every time it happens, or every time you let this person, and this could be the person coming back to you, it creates some havoc. It hurts. It feels like you're overgiving again, or they're overgiving to you and you're taking it. You know, there's so many different ways to look at this, but at the end of the day, what I can tell you, my love, is that this isn't healthy for you. This hasn't been healthy for you, and I think you're aware of it now. You know, while listening to this reading, we had the 10 of Pentacles underneath here. I just realized I was talking about Mercury earlier, but it was Mars. There was a lot of Mars placements. My bad. I always get this. I'm still learning how to get acclimated to the symbols for the planets. So this is Mercury. We have Mercury in Virgo here. Yeah. And that is the 10 of Pentacles. Okay, so the end goal that you both had in life, the long-term goals, it differed, or at least your perspective of what you wanted was different. And that could have been one of the reasons that led you to wanting to like distance yourself, but then you can't help yourself because you miss them. But then that in a way is a little bit selfish, right? There's a tendency to kind of reason with yourself when you want something from this person. When, let's say, you cut them out of your life, like, you'll come back in for your own self-gain to feel good. but you know it hurts them every time you do. Like there's something about that also coming through. Might not resonate with everybody. But okay, let's look at the other cards you also received. So for how this emotion still lives inside you. So first up, this card's on its own, and I feel like it's a significator card. We have the Four of Pentacles upright with the term budgeting, Sun in Capricorn, holding on to people, possessions, issues, deep-seated past issues, hoarding, stinginess, control, possessiveness, financial stability, financial security. Yes. Okay. And then the cards here are Queen of Wands, Moon in Leo, third eye chakra. The King of Cups, the Ace of Cups, and the Knight of Cups. Okay, so I actually like how your cards did this. So it's kind of giving me like the shadow version of how this emotion still lives in you over here, but then it's also giving me the light version of it, the healing version. And the other healing version is the rose tinted glasses energy. So one way that this emotion still lives in you is in your tendency to see the good in people, your generous nature, pile number 3. It is just so loving, wanting to see the good in everybody. It really gets in your way at times when it comes to you trying to put yourself first. But it's also like, it's so genuine. Like this isn't fake. That's why, like, if this also, like, let's say both situations are ways that this emotion still lives inside you, pile number 3 resonated. I want to make very extremely clear that when I shared this little spiel that I did here earlier, it doesn't mean that I'm saying you are a bad person or you have bad tendencies or qualities or you do things for bad reasons, you know, or bad intent, malefic intent of any kind. I don't agree with that one bit. I just think that there's a lot of fear of abandonment, fear of rejection, a lot of wounds that drive this behavior. And it's not that you're trying to do anything or cause pain. It's just that it's really, really hard to let go because I don't know. I feel like this person and you've been through a lot, or these group of people. There's a lot of history here, and it's hard to just let that go and pretend like you don't care about them or want the best for them. Like you can't just pretend like it doesn't matter to you anymore. And so when things come back around, it's hard because it hurts, but it's also like it feels nice to check up on them, even though you know it hurts them in a way, and hurts you in a way because it's hard to let go even more. Another way that this can resonate, another way I'm looking at these cards in terms of how it's still, this emotion still shows up and lives inside you, is your tendency to romanticize things a little bit too much. I don't think it's a bad quality, but the desire to keep fighting for something, having so much hope because you see so much potential or so much like, you have so much love there for how much this person could have done for you in the past. It's like you feel like you owe them. So you fight, till you can't no more, literally. And it hurts, you know, it's hard. It's not a healthy situation. Okay, there's a little bit of obsessiveness here. There's a little bit of like this, like it's a drug in a way. Like I'm hearing Your Love Is My Drug by Kesha. You know, like it doesn't need to be that way, but it becomes this way with this person, or a group of people. Okay. But another thing also is how this emotion still lives in you that I love. If other things didn't resonate, my love, is because you know what you've gone through, like you're aware of it, you choose to put you first, no, like 24/7 now. You know, another way that this can show up is like you fight with this constant battling of like, should I go back or should I keep putting me first? And it's hard because like you don't want to have to let go of one thing to get the other. You want to be able to do both or have both things at the same time. But sometimes life doesn't work that way. Sometimes the universe says, no, honey, like you need to have that hand open for the next thing we want you to grab onto. But if you don't give us time to bring that thing forward, then, you know, like, you know what I mean? Because the Knight of Cups is about dreams and following your heart. This energy here, there's a lot of cups energy. There's wands. This is passion. This is love. The only thing that I see with the swords of the mind and pentacles of the material is giving or protecting, which are two very contradicting energies. And then deception, deceivery. I don't think that's a word, but let's pretend it is. Let's say trickery. That's the word right there. But that could be you doing it to yourself, or the person doing it to you as well, and you falling for the bait because you see such good intentions in everybody. You know, I can really go on and on here, guys. So let me know in the comments down below, though, if you guys chose this pile. Like, please feel free to share your story. This is a safe space. I am trying to build a community of people that don't give a shit about the journey, like what you went through. They're not going to judge you. This is a judgment-free zone, okay, my loves? Plus, I also like tea, you know, so feel free to share if you feel called to. But let's keep going, my loves. We're now going to move into the third section. I'm just gathering the tarot in case we need it again, where we're going to be looking at what this emotion needs now to be felt by you and processed safely inside of you, okay? Regardless of when this reading has found you. I'm just trying to reset the tarot. Let me see. I think there was a card I saw facing the wrong way. There we go. Tower. Okay. So reset, reset. Beautiful. Let's move the cards out of the way here. And then we got a lot of cards here for you guys. And we have one back of the deck energy that wanted to come through. So what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely, pile number 3, we have from my Ask Your Guides deck, purpose with the number 3 and 8, 38. 3 and 8 adding to 11, master teacher, purpose. I want to read the booklet for what this card's about. Okay. I don't know what's been going on with my thumb lately, guys. I'm getting a little bit worried about it because my dad has rheumatoid arthritis. Can someone let me know in the comments down below if you guys have ever dealt with anyone that has RA, rheumatoid arthritis, and if they run in your family? You know, I'm turning 26 soon, but I'm just getting a little concerned because this thumb joint has been bugging me, and then this thumb was bothering me earlier today. I don't know what it could be. It feels like I just want to crack it, you know, like I want to pull it out and then just hear, because it's driving me insane. Okay, it's been like this for a couple of days, but you know, it's funny, you know, I ask you guys, but then I don't look it up because I am so stubborn too. I am the most stubborn person alive. Leo. Leos can be pretty stubborn. We just want to take care of ourselves. Okay, so I know that's not an excuse. I'll check it out if it doesn't stop, you know. Okay, but purpose, master, teacher. The key words here are consistency, dedication, reliability, and faithfulness. You're beginning to stride into your purpose. Work is no longer a struggle, and your master teacher is guiding you along the way. The more aligned you become with your life's proper path, the more your days will flow with ease. You'll lose track of all barriers as you go with the flow and throw your heart and soul into your efforts. Your dedication will pay off in the long run, but even this isn't important. Your efforts are their own reward. Doing what you love so well and so faithfully fulfills you. Your challenge is to resist the temptation to push yourself to exhaustion. Remain measured and steady, and don't overlook the importance of taking a day of rest at least once a week. Your master teacher is pleased with your progress, but reminds you that even though you may love your work and feel that you could work forever, your body and mind do get fatigued. Develop the wisdom to know when to step away and refresh your soul. Your master teacher's message: pace yourself. Okay, I believe that was page 57. Let me just, yeah. So 5 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is the Hanged Man in tarot. 1 and 2 equals 3, which is about taking action. So I get that. This could also be too, like, I know solar plexus chakra is about taking action and the inner fire within us all. What I find interesting here is, you know, this could also be the energy, what's underneath this, imagination, inner child. This could also be the idea of like continuing to put you first. Or, you know, the reading that we looked at today is the tendency to overgive in your job. You know, all these groups of people that we were talking about, you see so much good and potential in them that you can't help but want to keep trying to help them change, but we can't force people to change or heal. You know what I mean? It's about just continuing to go down the path. And, you know, maybe this person came into your life to help you in some way, shape, or form, or you help them in some way, shape, or form, and that's a soul tie, right? But it doesn't mean that you have to throw away all the progress you've been trying to do for your own personal self-growth and deep healing journey in the process. So the other card we have is New Life, Divine Mother with 4 and 8, also adding to 12. So 1212 may be of significance to you guys here if you want to write that number down, if it resonates, if it's clicking something in your soul right now, my loves. These two cards are going to be exercises that I'm going to share with you. I'm going to bring them up to the camera when I'm ready to share them. I'm going to read them out loud once so YouTube can transcribe anything if we have a language issue going on and you can't understand English. Or you have the full opportunity. The reason why I'm bringing it up so close to the camera is so I can read it once, but also in case you guys feel called to pause the video, take a screenshot, jot down notes of any exercises that you feel called towards. But I do believe with my whole heart and soul that these exercises, there's 2 here, are going to benefit and aid you with moving through this emotion, feel it, and process it, okay, safely and lovingly. So let's keep going. For the crystal you guys received, you have what? Ametrine. I've never heard of this crystal before, but it's called ametrine. I'm trying to make sure it's focused. And it says it's a balanced blend of amethyst and citrine. This oh so ombre stone is a heady purple and a fiery gold in one powerful package. Its energy is ideal for sifting through mental chatter to unearth pure inspo and act on it. The chronically indecisive people. Those are the people that need it. Where to put it, wherever you do your best thinking, and when to use it. If a deadline is on the horizon and you need a big idea, if you can't decide on something, swipe left or swipe right. Call on Ametrine, and remember, either way, everything is going to be amazing. Make your big dreams your big life. I love this. For the essential oils cards, you have spearmint essential oil with the keyword conviction. A trigger statement, no one listens to me. True statement, my voice is heard. Stand strong and communicate your message. The world is ready to receive what you have to share. And then we have citronella essential oil with the keyword expel. Trigger statement, I am being invaded. True statement, I am pure. As you align with the frequency of peace, the invasions from outside yourself and dissonance within are neutralized. I actually like this. Focus on yourself, basically. Like, stop letting outside voices mess with your, like, the whole reason why you chose you in the first place. Now, for my pranayama cards, we have avidya with spiritual ignorance. I love this. Not love it. Like, it's a intense energy, you know? This is what's known. I'm trying to find it. I've heard of this term, but I'm having a brain fart. Avidya, I'm looking at a card that I have here. Isn't it part of something? Oh, a dhyana, a meditation. Avidya, obstacle, spiritual ignorance. We're going to read the book for that. And then we also have aparigraha, which is about non-greed, number 6, which is the complete opposite of the 4 of Pentacles. And in a way, the 6 of Pentacles, if you're trying to just detach from something. Okay, I love this. There's a couple cards that I want to read and understand what it's about. Let's look at the Divine Mother New Life card really quick. So the key words here is conception, pregnancy, children, and birth. Whether you're a man or a woman, your feminine, earthly side is in full bloom. The wishes, dreams, and desires you've carried in your heart are now gestating in the divine womb and are coming into fruition. 6 plus 6 equals 12 again. So 12, 12, 12. 12 in general is an important number for you, my loves. This can also translate to 333, okay? So if that's something that you feel called to, please write it down. If you're a woman, this signals a time of conception, pregnancy, and birth. If you're a man, this is a time for your creativity to take form in the real world. If you're married or partnered, this may signal that children are on the way. Whatever you seek to create, it's happening. The song in your heart will find its voice. The poetry will be expressed. Even your professional goals will find a home in which to grow. The Divine Mother, the fertile aspect of the Divine Feminine, is gracing your life right now. And with her influences, your artistic and creative expression comes alive. If you've been feeling sterile, stagnant, and too controlled, she's here to loosen things up and get your creative juices flowing. Surrender your mind and allow your soul to come alive in her embrace. She is with you and her influence is powerful. Her message, new life, is on the way. So pace yourself. New life is on the way. Okay, I love this. Let's now take a quick look at Avidya, page number 41. Spiritual ignorance, qualities, forgetful, resentment.
4 plus 9 equals 13. The Death card in Major Arcana Tarot, there is a release, a need to release avidya in some way, shape, or form. But this kind of reminds me of the Cups energies that we had earlier, like that rose-tinted glasses energy. The zigzag image symbolizes avidya as an obstacle along the path. It contains the colors blue and purple. They represent the chakras in the throat and third eye center. Avidya happens when we are separated from our truth. To overcome this, be an observer of this moment, as it is rather than how you think it is. Anytime you are unable to be with the present moment, the unfolding of life as it is, you are experiencing avidya, spiritual ignorance. Ignorance is the field for the others mentioned after it, whether they be dormant, feeble, intercepted, or sustained. That's a Yoga Sutra. The reflections here with this card: do you find yourself reliving old stories? Question mark. This is a good time to sit in nature and consider the ever-changing sky. Fill your heart with gratitude for this moment. An affirmation here: inhale, I am happy. Exhale, I am sad. I love this. And then for number 6, let's go there. Aparigraha, non-greed. Qualities: confidence, letting go, non-attachment. The silly chipmunk reminds us to slow down and consume food and drink mindfully. A scarcity model tells us we will never have enough. Aparigraha suggests that you root your decisions in love rather than fear. Consider ways to live within your non-greed nature and see this as a counterculture act. To one established in non-greed, a thorough illumination of the how and why of one's birth comes. Reflections: where do you cling? What can you let go of? Number 16, Tower in Major Arcana. So we have the Death card and the Tower card showing up simultaneously while we're moving through here. That's intense energy, but I also love it for you because it feels that way. Healing takes time. Progress isn't always linear. Trust that even setbacks are part of. Something happened, my dude, my guy. I don't know why I felt called to say that. My dude, my guy. Like, something happened to you. Validate that shit, dude. Like, please. But here's the thing. Everything in these cards keeps pointing back to you going back to the journey. Don't obsess. Don't let this hold you back. I know that we talked about a lot of heavy things so far, right? But I need to validate, and I kept telling you again and again that you were not a bad person, pal number 3. You didn't do anything wrong. Your heart was in the right place in the way that things unraveled the way they did. Don't let guilt or anything, shame, anything of that nature, my love, eat you alive or take away the entire reasoning behind why this had to happen the way it did, because it taught you things that you would not have been able to learn without you experiencing it yourself in the way that, in the manner at which it happened. So be grateful for the experience, my love, because there were things that you had to learn here that you get to now carry forward for your future. And the thing about it is that there is something that you desire. That's a reason why you chose you in the first place, or repetitively, whichever situation that plugged in or made sense for you, my love. You chose yourself at one point, and there's a reason for that. So I really want you to keep remembering, like, there's a bigger reason why. There was a soul remembering, a self remembering that happened in the middle of this whole situation, in reference to the emotion you never got to fully feel. But now, choosing to give yourself permission to let it be felt and processed safely in a way that doesn't harm you or anyone around you that was involved or is involved with the situation, has to do with continuing to put yourself first and choose you. Make your big dreams your big life. And I love this statement: make your big dreams your big life, because your life is too rare of an experience to have where you're not letting it become the big thing you want. And I didn't finish. So where do you cling? What can you let go of? When you acknowledge everything is temporary, you stop clinging. Share your things and your time and watch it return twofold. Affirmation: I have everything I need and I am open to sharing what I have. Yes. And there's something here about doing that in a way where you're not disrespecting yourself. Like, that's really important here. And also doing it in a way where there's an energy exchange of some kind in a healthy way. But where it's equal, there's a quality with it. There can't be inequality, or else you're doing it the wrong way, my love. Oh my God. I don't know what's going on with my thumb. Sorry, my thumb is now acting weird. It's like some weird feeling here now. Okay. But let us now look at these two cards we have.
So these are going to be the 2 exercises. I'm going to read them up close to you guys once. So pause the video if you want to take a screenshot, if you want to take notes or jot it down, okay? So first up, it says, I dissent. Fight for the things that you care about in a way that will lead others to join you. When you feel wronged, attack the issue, not the person. Present the facts, not the blame. Enduring change happens one step at a time. Okay. I don't know if I said that word right. Dissent. And then we have expectation hangover. Something didn't turn out how you had hoped. Life happens. Take the disappointment detox. 1. Were your expectations realistic? 2. How much effort did you put in? 3. Did anything unexpected happen? 4. What did you learn from this? And 5, what would you do differently? Exactly. Guys. And look, it's a 6 upside down. So again, and Cancer energy. This could also be Cancer energy because I'm thinking of the 6 and the 9. 6 and 9. Okay, no. 6, 7. Okay, I'm done. I am, no wonder I'm getting less views because I am so cringe. Okay, so my loves, let us now go into your final messages to finish up your reading. These are going to be final messages from whatever wants to come through and deliver them to you. I said final messages from source in your higher self, but I honestly feel like there's a lot of animal guides that really wanted to come through for you in particular today, my loves, to finish it up. You got a couple of animal guides. You got the most cards out of all of the piles in this reading today in reference to your final messages. So you have 2 animal medicine cards that we're going to be reading from this booklet. But before we do, let's look at these first. Okay, so to finalize your reading, my loves, we have Peacock coming in first. And it says, let yourself stand out and be noticed. Next up, Condor. You're too enmeshed in this situation, so step back and see the bigger picture before making any decisions or taking action. And then lastly, we have Gorilla. Take the time to listen compassionately to those you love, especially your family members. So take what resonates and leave what doesn't here, my love. And for your medicine cards, we have Deer Medicine with the number 4. And we have Dragonfly, how beautiful, with number 27. So we're going to read these together. All right, let's go to Deer Medicine first. Okay. All right, so for Deer Medicine, the term here is gentleness. Dear, so gentle and loving you are, the flower of kindness and embrace from afar. I'm going to try to find the parts that I feel called to read, and I'm going to skip through it, or throughout it. So, Dear teaches us to use the power of gentleness to touch the hearts and minds of wounded beings who are trying to keep us from sacred mountain. Like the dappling of fawn's coat, both the light and the dark may be loved to create gentleness and safety for those who are seeking peace. I don't know why my thing isn't focusing. Sorry, guys. If Deer has gently nudged its way into your cards today, you're being asked to find the gentleness of spirit that heals all wounds. Stop pushing so hard to get others to change and love them as they are. I literally spoke that. Apply gentleness to your present situation and become like the summer breeze, warm and caring. This is your tool for solving the present dilemma you are facing. If you use it, you will connect with Sacred Mountain, your centering place of serenity, and Great Spirit will guide you. So you're being asked to find the gentleness of spirit that heals all wounds. Stop pushing so hard to get others to change and love them as they are. Apply gentleness to your present situation and become like the summer breeze, warm and caring. This is your tool for solving the present dilemma you're facing. I love this because it's basically saying exactly what we said before in terms of what this emotion needs now to be felt and processed safely is acceptance. It needs acceptance of what is with these people. Let it go. Understand that you can't help everybody on your path and move forward to help those that want it. And maybe that has to do with the career or a journey. You know that there's something you want to do, but you're trying to help other people that don't want the help. And it's like, you got to let it go. I love it. For the next medicine card, we're going to number 27. Oh, dragonfly. With the key word here being illusion. And it says, dragonfly breaks illusions, brings vision of power. No need to prove it. Now is the hour. Know it, believe it. Great Spirit intercedes, feeding you, blessing you, filling all your needs. Now I'm going to, again, read around, like I'm going to jump around in the booklet to see the things I feel called to read out loud. So, dragonfly medicine is of the dream time and the illusionary facade we accept as physical reality. The iridescence of dragonflies' wings remind us of colors not found in our everyday experience. Dragonflies' shifting of color, energy, form, and movement explodes into the mind of the observer, bringing vague memories of a time or place where magic reigned. Some legends say that dragonfly was once a dragon, and that dragon had scales like dragonfly's wings. Dragon was full of wisdom and flew through the night, bringing light with its fiery breath. The breath of dragon brought forth the art of magic and the illusion of changing form. Then dragon got caught in its own facade. Coyote tricked dragon into changing form, and the shape of its new body became like dragonflies. And accepting the challenge to prove its power and magical prowess, dragon lost its power. Dragonfly is the essence of the winds of change, the messages of wisdom and enlightenment, and the communication from the elemental world. This elemental world is made up of the tiny spirits of plants and of the elements of air, earth, fire, and water. And in essence, this world is full of nature spirits. If dragonfly has flown into your cards today, you may have forgotten to water your plants. On another level, you may need to give thanks to the foods you eat for sustaining your body. On the psychological level, it may be time to break down the illusions you have held that restrict your actions or ideas. Dragonfly medicine always beckons you to seek out the parts of your habits which you need to change. Have you put on too much weight, or have you started to look like a scarecrow? Have you tended to the changes you have wanted to make in your life? If you feel the need for change, call on Dragonfly to guide you through the mists of illusion to the pathway of transformation. See how you can apply the art of illusion to your present question or situation, and remember that things are never completely as they seem. Exactly. Like, honestly, I'm going to leave it at that because I think that just, it answers everything, it wraps everything up, and this was the best way to end your reading, my love. So, with that being said, I send you guys so much unconditional love. You have no flipping idea how much unconditional love I truly send you, because I bet this reading was hard to hear. I know that there was a lot of things to this reading that could have been triggering. Some of you guys, I can only imagine you might have been in the situation for a long time, and now the reading's just hitting you when you're still in it. I just want you to know that I want to validate each and every one of your experiences, regardless of where you're at, regardless of how this reading suited you, plugged into your own unique thing. Okay, my loves, I send you so much unconditional love. If you can please give this reading a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, comment down below any little shape or form of thing that you do, whether it's sharing it with a friend you think someone could benefit from doing a reading, picking a pile of their own. Every little thing that you do helps show the algorithm like, hey, these readings help. They help a lot of people, and I want to send these readings out to more people. That's how we do it. And I really kind of like how YouTube does that, because it encourages the community. It's like the more community we build amongst each other, it's like the more we can help make a difference in the world. And it is kind of what I'm trying to do in my channel, is show people like tarot doesn't need to be just like future prediction crap. A lot of people tend to weaponize that on YouTube, and it hurts my heart, because I think we got to focus more on the healing. We got to focus more on the self-growth and prove to people that tarot can be used as like a tool, an archetypal tool to help us go inside ourselves and witness ourselves more, be more honest with ourselves. It's a mirror, a mirror to the soul. We really look at it that way. So I really hope this reading was able to kind of give you that ideology that I'm trying to sprinkle out there into the world. And if you feel like this is something that you're still struggling with, that you would like to talk to somebody about, I am a trauma-informed facilitator for deep healing. I own a business called the Hymns of Heals. It's a sacred space for deep healing and soul remembrance for the ones who feel lost, stuck, or quietly tired of self-sabotaging. So that sounds something that you resonate with deeply. I would absolutely love to have a free soul clarity call with you and see if maybe working one-on-one together down the road would be like a good fit for the both of us. See if we connect, see if we vibe, things like that. If that's something you'd be interested in, you can always check out my link in the description box below, okay, my loves? But with that being said, I send you so much unconditional love. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully this reading really gave you everything you were looking for and more beyond that, okay? I hope I'll see you in my other readings to come. Bye.